now Assange's self-imposed prison to this very day. But that doesn't mean he's slowed down. Since being trapped in the embassy, WikiLeaks has released files about Guantanamo Bay prisoners, Syrian political figures, and the draft to the Trans-Pacific Partnership. And then came the 2016 U.S. election.
Thousands of leaked emails showed Democratic Party officials possibly plotting against Bernie Sanders in his race against Hillary Clinton.
Over the course of 68 days, WikiLeaks released 20,000 confidential Democratic National Committee emails. In terms of the presidential race, if you look right here, when Assange released the first batch of emails, Trump actually takes his first lead against Clinton.
I think we've had enough of the Clintons, in all fairness.
Once WikiLeaks started exposing secrets of the Democratic Party, Julian Assange became a hero to many on the right. Public opinion kind of flip-flopped.
WikiLeaks!
From the emails, we now know Hillary Clinton's campaign manager makes risotto, and also how the DNC squashed Bernie Sanders' campaign. One thing we don't know is who gave Assange the stolen emails in the first place.
Many leading Democrats say they suspect it was the Russians. They released an analysis from a private cybersecurity firm that had said it was the Russians.
But Assange claims
our source is not the Russian government, and it is not a state party.
So this is where we stand today. The public still doesn't know who provided the emails to WikiLeaks. Meanwhile, Assange is still running WikiLeaks and still releasing documents. In March 2017, he started publishing documents from the CIA's Center for Cyber Intelligence called Vault 7.
The CIA, the agency charged with finding and keeping our top secrets, can't keep its own secrets.
As long as Assange has a connection to the world, no government secret will be too far from exposure.
Julian Assange is still in the embassy. Maybe he'll leave, maybe he won't. Kind of regardless, his work has been done. He's changed the way people think about their governments, about their own secrets, about their own hackability, and really the world has changed because of him.
expose everything you won't admit. And action! This entire video is based on a true story. When I do like motivational speeches or even tell myself like, love yourself and you should love yourself.
This is Lily Singh, but to fans all over the world, she's the YouTube star Superwoman.
What if everyone's a girl, Superwoman? I know we can change the world for the better, one positive day at a time.
My parents now know what I do. They didn't know what I did for a long time in the beginning of my career. I was just making videos in my room. They had no idea.
Mom, Dad, have you seen my keys? I can't find them anywhere. Because you're always on phone.
Until someone called them, like a family member from another part of Canada was like, Canada, is your daughter making videos? And the mom was like, I don't know, Lily, are you making videos?
Just making videos grew into an entire career. Today, Lily's YouTube channel has some 12 million subscribers, over 2 billion views, and guest stars like Michelle Obama, Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson, and Seth Rogen.
I think a lot of young girls are raised to believe that you're going to go to school and then graduate and then get married and then get a job and then have kids.
And Lily was on that path, all the way through a psychology degree at York University in Toronto. But when she started thinking about a career,
I started to immensely panic and think something was wrong with me because I tried to figure out my life and it wasn't working in that straight line.
It was 2010, and YouTube was only 5 years old.
I thought nothing of YouTube. I was probably the last person in my circle of friends to discover YouTube. And I remember when I did, I thought, this is so strange. There's people making videos in their rooms, and other people are watching them.
So she figured, why not give it a shot?
I one day posted a video because I was sad, and I wanted to be creative and happy.
She didn't know how to edit video or write scripts, so she winged it.
It was so bad and so cringe. And my expectation was literally nothing. I was like, I'm gonna put this video up, a couple of my friends are gonna watch it, probably make fun of me, and that's gonna be the end of this. The second and third video came from, wait, 70 people watched my first one, can I get 80 to watch the next one?
She kept creating, she kept posting, and the viewers kept coming. Lily had found an audience.
A lot of the comments were, oh my God, there's a brown girl on YouTube.
More specifically, Indian. Lily's parents immigrated to Canada from India, and Lily was born and raised in Scarborough, near Toronto.
My home life was awesome. My parents, even though I portrayed them to be quite strict in my videos.
Oi, Lily, wear the rest of your skirt, huh? I teach you like this, to walk around like this, showing everything to everyone.
They actually aren't like that at all. They're pretty modern and pretty cool.
Your dress is short. Don't know what for.
And were pretty lenient with me. I mean, I got away with a lot of things. I was a brat. I was a brat.
She had a different idea of what she wanted out of life than other kids. In a grade school graduation slideshow, her classmates said they wanted to be lawyers and doctors.
And then I came up and I was like, rapper.
Making out with your friends, man. But then you say that you hate hoes.
I could just feel my parents being like, why?
Because that's just not something women really did in the Singh family.
I know there was a ton of people that weren't happy about my birth being a female, so I think, and that's some real-ish, but it's a real thing. The best thing I could have done to prove to so many people that didn't want my mom to have a daughter was to become Superwoman.
What up, everyone? It's your girl, Superwoman.
It was the name of Lily's favorite hip-hop song by Lil Mo featuring Fabulous.
I love the song so much because it was one of the only songs at the time that was an empowering female song, where Lil Mo's going on about, like, I will save guys with my superpowers, and I will save girls with my superpowers, and I'm the Superwoman. I thought, this name that I've had for so long that empowered me when I was younger, I'm gonna make this my screen name.
Maybe there should be a new series.
Superwoman didn't just burst onto the scene overnight with a viral video. It was a steady climb fueled by hard work.
The moment that I thought this is going somewhere and this could be a career was the first time I performed internationally. It was in India. And it was the first time where I was truly across the world and people knew my videos.
Singh has transformed herself from a bratty kid to an internet personality to a media mogul. She starred in a feature film, A Trip to Unicorn Island, in 2016. And her book, How to Be a Boss, hit the New York Times bestseller list in 2017 while she was on a 30-city international tour. Lily started out with the goal of getting millions of subscribers and financial security.
Hurry the hell up.
But after surpassing those goals, success has new meaning.
I've really come to terms with the fact that my definition of success is what's the best legacy I can leave behind. And it's not the number of views, the number of subscribers. It is the number of people that can say, this girl changed my life or changed something in my life positively.
is often found in the brains of deceased athletes, military veterans, and others with a history of repetitive brain trauma. Hundreds have donated their brains to the VA Boston University Concussion Legacy Foundation Brain Bank.
This is a former NFL player who died in his early 70s, and this is a veteran who also died in his early 70s.
Dr. Ann McKee dissects these brains.
The hippocampus and the mammillary bodies are very important for memory. I can see that they're slightly affected.
McKee recently dissected the brain of former New England Patriots player Aaron Hernandez, who was convicted of murder and later committed suicide.
You'll see right away that the brain is showing signs of shrinkage. You can see the crevices in the brain that you can't see in the normal.
McKee says Hernandez's severe case of CTE impacted his decision-making, depression, and ability to control rage and aggression. Right now, she thinks we're underestimating how many people have CTE.
We were able to distinguish between CTE and controls and CTE and Alzheimer's disease. The next question is, can we do this in the blood, and can we do this in living people? And we aren't there yet with those answers.
But the need for a diagnosis in the living is motivating companies such as Quanterix in Lexington, Massachusetts, to work faster on technology that could diagnose concussions and CTE in as few as 30 minutes. Kevin Rosovsky is the CEO.
It's like a high-powered microscope. And so by doing that, we can see little biomarkers that you couldn't see before in the blood.
Quanterix received a grant from the NFL and just went public. Since then, its stock is up more than 40%. The company sells a machine called Simoa for $175,000 to other biotechs, hospitals, and researchers.
And for the first time in history, we're able to see brain health in blood, and that's a major breakthrough, and that's leading to less invasive testing, and we've already been able to see evidence of concussions, and there's the beginning evidence of being able to see the accumulated effect of concussions.
Quanterix is also trying to detect Alzheimer's disease, multiple sclerosis, and ALS. Rosovsky says he thinks diagnosing concussions will be easier than diagnosing CTE.
Diagnosing CT in the living probably is a couple years away. We're real excited to see the progress, but reducing some of that work into actual tests in a laboratory takes time. There's regulatory approvals. There's a lot of red tape that you have to go through.
Also in this race to diagnose CTE in the blood are Athlon Medical and Exosome Sciences. And New York's Mount Sinai Hospital is scanning for the disease in the living. But it's just one step in a series of questions for those with serious head trauma. There's still no cure for CTE.
Even if we had a great idea for a treatment, there's no way to test whether it's effective or not. So that's the enormous advance that we'll get if we can develop a biomarker for this disease.
In Boston, Ann Mostu, Bloomberg News.
Wine is a $300 billion global industry where one person's opinion can make fortunes or break them. That's because of this man, Robert Parker, and his newsletter, The Wine Advocate. For 3 decades, he dominated as the world's most influential wine critic. Now Parker's protege is building an empire of his own. Antonio Galloni runs Venice.
Antonio, tell me, what are you trying to build at Venice?
Well, at Venice, we started with the idea in 2013 of building a world-class platform. We have a database of about 250,000 professionally written reviews. On Delectable, we have 7 million user reviews. Through Delectable, we also have a partnership with Whole Foods and several other partnerships that we can't announce just yet. And when you put that all together, what we have is something that no other company in our space can even come close to.
Do you think of yourself as the next Parker?
Not at all.
Why?
Because Steve Jobs said you can't live your life trying to be somebody else. So he's one of my biggest influences, and I've never wanted to be a replica of somebody else because a replica is never as good as the original. Bob is a genius, fantastic, one of a kind. We're going to be something completely different, and I have no desire to be some version of somebody else.
Different in what way?
Every decision that I've made at this company is completely anathemic to what Bob did with his company. I want our writers to be partners. All of my senior people are locked into the company. They all have equity or they have a path to equity based on business results. That's something that we never had at Parker. Our benefits are world-class, and everything that we've done at Venice is completely different from that model. When Steve Tanzer, who is the most experienced active wine critic in America, wants to work with us, that says something. When Alessandro Masnaghetti, who's the best cartographer of vineyards, wants to work with us, that says something. When Neil Martin, who's a superstar wine critic with enormous experience in Bordeaux and Burgundy and the former lead critic at The Advocate, wants to come and be part of our team, that says something.
You make it sound like The Wine Advocate was a disaster as a company and a miserable experience as an employee.
No, it was great because I got to work with Bob Parker when he was at his prime, and Bob was like a second father to me, and we talked on the phone all the time, and he gave me great advice.
Can anyone's palate dominate the wine criticism business the way Parker's did? And should anyone's palate dominate it the way his did?
I just think the world is very different today. It's just a totally different world. It's probably not healthy to have a single person dominating the world.
It's not even wine criticism, it's the wine industry.
Yeah, that's probably not the healthiest thing in the world. But I think that there's just such an opportunity right now with social media and technology to reach such a massive number of people that I think it's possible that 1 or 2 people will actually have more influence than Bob Parker did, because they will, again, this goes back to your first question, not trying to be a version of somebody else. You see this in sports all the time. It's like, oh, well, nobody will ever beat this record. And then somebody comes along, it's like tennis, Pete Sampras. Nobody's ever going to win as many Grand Slams. Now you have 2 guys who are ahead of that and 1 knocking on the door. And so I think a lot like that.
You're a former investment banker. How does that inform and influence what you're doing and what you've done?
My generation has had to deal with a lot more challenges. That's why I think we're actually much better poised for the future. My first job in finance, the first thing that happened was long-term capital, 1998. Then the tech bubble melted down. Then there was a mutual fund trading scandal. That was all like within about 5 or 6 years. And these are the things that I had to deal with as a young executive. My peers who were 20 years older didn't know how to manage in crisis. They'd only seen Black Monday. They'd just been in a big bull market. It's very different. So I'm very lucky. People of my generation or a little bit younger have actually had to deal with a lot more crises. I think that's actually good for learning how to cope with challenges in business.
From the outside, it kind of looks like you're trying to demolish the house that Parker built, right? You left The Wine Advocate.
Yeah.
You merged with one of his chief rivals.
Yeah.
And you just hired his successor, Neil Martin.
Mm-hmm.
So are you?
I think what that says is that all the best people want to work at our company. And that's really what we strive to create starting in 2013. We wanted to create a world-class company that would attract the best-in-class talent, and not just on the content side, on the technology side, on the digital side, our office, and at every level, what we're trying to, we only hire superstars, and we're looking for those superstars.
In the world of professional wrestling, there's something called a swerve.
Hulk Hogan has betrayed WCW!
Some examples. These tag team partners are called baby faces, or the good guys. Then one of them swerves when he super kicks his tag team partner in the head, quickly assuming the role of the bad guy, or what the wrestling world calls the heel.
Are you kidding? What a despicable act that was!
Or a match is almost lost when, what's that? The superstar wrestler appears out of nowhere sprinting down the aisle to save the match.
That's the Warriors music! It's the Ultimate Warrior!
That's a swerve. So it should go as no surprise that World Wrestling Entertainment, known as the WWE, the most popular brand of sports entertainment in the world, is prepared for any swerves that come their way. So here's the story of how the WWE learned to see the swerve coming. So I spoke to Bloomberg reporters Felix Gillette.
I'm a writer for Bloomberg News for the global business team.
And Kim Basine.
And I'm the U.S. luxury reporter at Bloomberg.
To find out exactly how the WWE is positioning itself for an all-out global invasion, which starts with a massive change to their lucrative pay-per-view model.
WWE basically pioneered the pay-per-view model on cable. I remember as a kid, when the pay-per-view events came up, all of our friends would scramble around and try and get one of the parents to pay for it.
But in 2014, they took a huge risk.
They saw a little bit sooner than some of the other entertainment brands that where this whole thing was moving was away from cable and satellite television and towards on-demand streaming video apps. They made this risky decision, in essence, cannibalizing that pay-per-view model, which they had essentially built.
And after some early turbulence, it's working. Roughly 1.5 million people are paying $9.99 a month for the WWE app, making it the 5th most popular streaming OTT service. This adapt-or-die approach is in the WWE's DNA. Over the past 30 years, the company always seems to think 2 steps ahead. In the early 90s,
WWE was at its most threatened when Ted Turner took them on with WCW,
which stands for World Championship Wrestling. And back then, the WCW was winning the ratings war. So in order to compete with them,
WWE had changed its product from a family-friendly kind of cartoonish style to this really raw. That's why they called their show Raw. It was this raw style of wrestling.
With violent, outrageous, reality-inspired plot lines and aggressive personas.
From a 16-foot ladder!
And they won that fight against Ted Turner. And they bought WCW.
The early 2000s ushered in an era of testosterone-driven programming aimed at the red-blooded American male.
Bra and panties matches, and people smash each other over their head with like barbed wire bats and things like that.
Until 2015, when WWE fans started a hashtag #GiveDivas a Since then, WWE has hired 40 more female wrestlers, and that growing cast of female characters was part of a much larger plan.
They started to try to appeal to a broader set of people.
Let's attract more female fans. And after we've attracted more female fans, let's attract more international fans. They're broadening their base, and they're doing that in large part to make it more advertising friendly.
And not just friendly to advertisers.
They're trying to build up their fan base in China. They're trying to build up their fan base in Europe. They, already have a pretty good fan base in India.
India is a place where they already have an established wrestling culture.
Because of the gigantic Indian wrestler, the Great Khali. But there's still a lot of work to do. While the WWE set a revenue record in 2017, only 30% of it is coming from an overseas audience. And there's one person whose responsibility is to grow that number.
The buck eventually stops at Vince McMahon, no matter what's happening within WWE.
Yeah, he's a very controlling guy, and it's a very, very, very tightly scripted company.
And that goes all the way down the board to big stars' entrance music. And their outfits and things like that.
So with a CEO like McMahon always planning 2 moves ahead and an aggressive push into multiple international markets, a big issue is money.
It's hard to do all those things simultaneously without committing a huge amount of capital to it.
And that's where the WWE becomes an attractive company for buyers.
Potentially, one thing that could happen with WWE is they could benefit by being acquired by a bigger technology or telecom company, an Amazon or Facebook or a 21st Century Fox.
So with a market cap of $2.8 billion, the advantage of owning 100% of their own content, and a rapid consolidation spreading throughout the entertainment industry, it looks like the WWE is well positioned, even if there are swerves ahead.
Thank you very much for coming here.
Thanks for having me.
I've always been relieved ever since you were appointed, because at least until your appointment, I seem to have the most unpronounceable name. But now we will keep it as Dara and John. This conference is called The Year Ahead, but in your case, you are close to 6 months into the job. And I wondered what you saw in terms of the year ahead at Uber as your biggest challenge. What's the thing that you think about most when it comes to 2018?
We definitely have our share of challenges at Uber. And for me, where I want to get Uber to the year ahead is a year of normalcy. 2017 was, I think, will go down as one of the most difficult years for any company out there. And I have to give credit to the Uber team and the employees there. It is a group of true believers who believe in our mission, who believe in mobility as a service being available to consumers everywhere at a reasonable cost. And what my job in 2018 is to get rid of the distractions and get the company back to business, get the company back to normalcy. There's a lot that we've done in the past 6 months as far as bringing in new investors, driving a new culture and norms where doing the right thing, period, comes first, bringing a new management team, et cetera. There's a lot that we've gotten done. but this is a company that knows how to execute. This is a service. Mobility as a service is something that's universal, that's needed in the world, and I just want to get back to doing business.
Quite interesting. You said true believers.
Yeah.
Normally, true believers are the last possible people where you're able to change a culture. Can you explain a bit about that?
Well, I think that they understand that mobility as a service, bringing the cost of transportation down, making transportation services available to anyone and everyone on a local basis, and partnering with cities to be a solution to traffic, to pollution, et cetera. That is a mission that they all believe in. And I think that they, having seen what happened in 2017, to some extent the crisis, the enormous crisis that the company has gone through, is a benefit because everybody at the company knows now that we need to change, that we need to break with the past as far as the way the company was run. We need to go from growth at any cost to responsible growth and growth in partnership with other players out there. That's clear, but now I've got to kind of get the company down to the normalcy of execution, of building great technology, and I think we're going to get there. It's still some tough sledding early on, but I absolutely think we're going to get there.
When you talk about execution, is profits one of the things you want to get? I think you lost $4 billion last year.
Well, profits,
peanuts by the standards of
profits would help. Yes. So at some point, we absolutely have to become profitable, and that's part of the plan.
Do you have a kind of goal for that? Do you think you should be profitable by 2022 or by 2020?
I think that we'll be profitable before 2022. This is the business itself.
Do you want to come back a bit closer, 2020?
Yeah, listen, it's not going to, I don't want to name a specific year, but this is a business that the core business, the ride-sharing business, can be profitable within 3 years. We will continue to make very aggressive investments in building out autonomy because we think that's a terrific opportunity for building out new technologies such as Uber Elevate, where near-term profitability is not a goal, but long-term growth is. So we will look to balance near-term profitability, but as a company, we will always be a company that makes big, bold bets and takes big risks.
To what extent, though, do you think that drive to become profitable fights against a little bit of this culture change? If you want to make, you talked about making money, but not at all costs. Do those two things?
Well, I don't think that profitability and culture are their issue. It's the company in the past was willing to make trade-offs as it related to how it did business, and I think was guilty of hubris, was guilty of thinking that they knew better than others, and I think that what we know now clearly is that breakneck growth can hide cultural issues, that there are no excuses for not doing the right thing, and that you do have to make trade-offs. And as a management team, we're specifically talking about those trade-offs that you have to make. We have to be a little more patient sometimes because working with governments, regulators, et cetera, sometimes takes longer, but in the end, you build a more lasting business. And so maybe what we went through was necessary, but we're here. We can control our actions from this moment onwards, and I think everyone at Uber from this moment onwards wants to build a great company, not only in terms of growth, but in terms of the kind of company anyone would want to work at.
Can I ask you one thing which you have got a sort of hangover from last year, which is all the regulatory problems, and particularly all the cases against you? I think there are 6 criminal probes or whatever going on.
The lawyers are lining up outside the door.
Which one do you sort of think? Which one do you fear most? I suppose out of these different things.
Listen, I think that all of them are serious issues, and my response is that we're going to be transparent and we're going to take responsibility for our actions in the past. I do think that there are certain circumstances where there was smoke but no fire, and I think as a company we have to defend ourselves and work within kind of the appropriate frameworks. And my goal is just to get beyond this stuff.
Some of these things like pricing policies, surely they go right to the heart of what Uber is, or am I wrong about that?
Yeah, I think they do, but I think that there's a way of being smart but transparent at the same time, and that's where we've got to take the company.
Take me through governments. When you talk to governments privately, do they talk any differently than they do publicly?
Governments?
Yes, governments.
I think that they are honestly a bit relieved with how we are engaging with them, because I think that the engagement is now real. I think they feel like we're out there, we're genuine because we've learned our lessons of the past, and I do think that we can take, for example, the data that we have in terms of traffic and in terms of movement of our drivers and riders, and we can use that data to partner up with cities in order to solve congestion issues, because congestion doesn't help anyone. It wastes enormous amounts of time for consumers. It hurts the environment. And I think that we are aligned with cities, for example, to partner with them in a fundamental way to solve these problems. And I do think that when these are conversations that a number of regulators and cities have wanted to have with us for many years, and I think we are really engaging with them at a depth that I think is going to create a real win-win going forward.
Do you think you were too confrontational on this before?
Yeah, I do. I think that the company was pushing growth. And listen, any innovator, to some extent, the innovation is about questioning past kind of present practices. It's about breaking things, the Facebook breaking things. We just went a step and a half too far. And what I want to keep, hopefully, is the best of both worlds, which is this spirit of innovation, the spirit of can-do, et cetera, but the responsibility of partnership. We don't know better than you. We're actually going to work with you, of actually having dialogue and respect for our city partners, for regulators, and then continuing to take risks and continuing to do daring things. And I think we can accomplish that.
Imagine this audience here is a collection of mayors or a collection of city officials, and you want to depict, this is the Year Ahead conference, depict what the years ahead in this thing are going to be like. How far is driverless cars going to go? You talked just a few days ago about the idea of there being flying cars in 10 years' time. Can you just give a description of what you think transport is going to look like?
Well, I think that we think there are three keys to transport and where the industry is going: autonomous, electric, and shared. And I think all three are necessary in order to get to the next level of city planning, et cetera. There are many cities where up to a fifth of the space taken in these cities is taken by parking and storing these cars. And so I do think that you need autonomous, you need electric, and you need shared. And I do think it's going to take some time. True autonomy for every single use case is some ways away. What we bring to bear is our developing autonomy, and we will have autonomous cars on the road, I believe, within the next 18 months, not as a kind of a test case, but as a real case out there. And over a period of time, we're going to bring autonomous transportation and feather it in with the non-autonomous transportation with drivers.
What does feathering in mean?
Feathering
mean to a layman like me? Crashing.
Yeah, feathering in means if you're, for example, in Phoenix, and you make a request to go from A to B, which is what you do with Uber, there will be 95% of cases where we may not have everything mapped perfectly, or the weather may not be the right weather, or there may be an accident on the road, or you may not have 2 or 3 ways of getting from A to B, where you may say, you know what, that's not an autonomous use case. We're going to send a driver to pick that person up. For 5% of cases, everything is going to fall into place. And we will send an autonomous car. The user will be able to pick, do you want, there's an autonomous car, yes or no? And we'll be able to service that A for B. That 5% is going to go to 10 and 15 and 20 as our computers and our algorithms learn more and more about what it takes to drive in a city in a real life situation. And every minute of every day, that driver, that computer is going to get better and know Phoenix better and better and better. And in 5 years, we'll have the perfect driver in Phoenix. We will have to retrain that driver in every single city. We're going to have to build out 3D maps of these cities. And it will take time, but over a period of time, you essentially have a driver who becomes the perfect driver. It'll take 10 to 15 years, but that's the feathering in that I'm talking about.
Will a child born today, will they ever need to learn how to drive?
A child born today? No, I don't think so.
So within sort of 20 years from now, we will...
I don't think so. Listen, I hear some groans.
And also,
I heard a couple of groans. 1.3 million people die from car crashes every year. 1.3 million people die from car crashes every year. That doesn't count an estimated 20 to 50 million people that are injured. Okay, this is actually a public safety issue. If you look at cars, 96% of cars, 96% of time, cars are sitting there not being used. It is a huge amount of pollution that's caused by these cars being in the road, and a huge amount of wasted time. So the safety is there. Electrification is absolutely key, and sharing these platforms is going to allow us to be much safer and also put our assets where they add value.
But it's quite interesting because when you first came in, I remember you sounding somewhat more skeptical about self-driving cars. You've been converted. Is that a?
The choir has spoken, and I'm listening. It's pretty exciting technology out there. But again, it will be a hybrid technology for some period of time.
What about flying cars? That came as a slight surprise.
Yes, that's a great project that we're working on. It's called Uber Elevate. And it is actually about battery technology.
It would have helped a lot of people here.
I know. I wish that I was available. We'll launch it here if we can. But battery technology is allowing us to have multiple rotors on planes, or helicopters, if you want to call them that. These rotors that are much smaller will be much quieter than helicopters are. Much quieter, much safer. If you add sharing into the equation, you can actually get the economics of going from A to B. We think within 5 to 7 years to a place where normal people would think about taking these flying cars. That'll be the beginning, and then it's about scaling. And we're working with a number of partners right now.
Do you think the regulation on flying cars, I've heard some proponents of it argue that it might be easier than it has been on driverless cars, because driverless cars, you have to deal with existing roads, existing everything. Flying cars, essentially you're going into unconquered space.
I think that mayors that are forward-thinking understand that traffic and pollution are a real issue, and I think flying cars can be a significant solution to traffic issues in cities. And these cars, to start with, they're going to be very specific. They'll be kind of highways in the air. There'll be very specific routes that these flying cars go on. They're not going to be able to take you to your backyard and land in your backyard. There'll be these skyports. So there'll be very specific routes that you go on. And I think if you build a regulatory framework that has that kind of structure around it, I think you get to a better solve.
Can I drag you back somewhat reluctantly back to the real world? But you have Rajiv Misra, who came in with you from SoftBank.
Yes.
He's going to become a director. Last week, he said that Uber should focus on repairing its market share in the US and on key European markets rather than going to new ones. Do you agree with that? Is that the way you look at Uber?
I think one of the fundamental strengths of Uber is the global scope that we have. This is
you
a brand.
had that motto, everywhere. What's it? Everywhere for everyone.
Yeah, everywhere for everyone.
You want to make it some places for some people?
No, we like the everywhere for everyone. It's much sexier than some places for some people. That's
telling me.
Just not interesting. I do think seriously though the global scope that our company brings is important. Our being able to build technology that we can amortize essentially everywhere in the world is hard, but it is part of the fundamental value that we introduce. So I would look at Uber very much as a global brand. That said, we're going to look at all opportunities, but at this point, we are leaning forward. In 2018, for us, is going to be very much a lean forward year for the company.
But without, I'm not trying to create new boardroom tension at Uber, but that would appear that SoftBank is keener on a more limited idea, whilst you're keener on everywhere for everyone.
Well, listen, SoftBank is a very important shareholder. They're our largest shareholder, and many of our shareholders have opinions over what's the right thing to do. Ultimately, the governance of the company is going to be at the board, and we'll have those discussions at the board, and we'll set our long-term strategy and then execute on it.
One of the things which Uber played, perhaps not very fortunately, a role in was the whole sexual harassment questions and everything to do with that. I suppose one very obvious question, do you think that you have solved that part of the culture? But secondly, do you think that this is a real revolution and it's going to stick?
I think that what was happening at Uber was serious, and I think that while what Uber went through was difficult, I think the Susan Fowler blog was probably one of the best things that happened for Uber, and it certainly started a movement that's an incredibly important movement of the company. I'd be reticent to say that it's solved.
Yeah.
But it's not an endemic issue within the culture of the company, and I think the company has learned, and I think the company took very harsh and appropriate steps to make sure that kind of behavior is absolutely clear, that kind of behavior is not accepted in any way, shape, or form of the company, regardless of where you are, regardless of if you're a great performer or not. So I think we're at the right place for Uber as a company, but I think in general, we're not where we need to be in terms of women in senior positions, making sure that we're welcoming of women in technology, and we help women really build their careers within our company. There's a great kind of bottoms-up energy there, but we're not where we need to be, and we have a lot of work ahead of us.
On the issue of, you talked about the top performers, is that looking back, and also I suppose looking forward for many of the people in this room, because there are a lot of people's businesses which have been affected by this. If you had to give lessons to other people who are now looking at this issue, perhaps more seriously than they have done before, is the really bad issue, and I suppose I'm thinking some ways about the media industry in this, is that giving top performers more room for maneuver or whatever than people, or more discretion than people thought? Is that top performers need to be treated the same as everybody else?
I think they absolutely need to be held accountable. One of the really valuable lessons that I got early in my life was actually through Jack Welch, and he said, it's very tempting to allow top performers to misbehave in any way, but for me, he was talking about being aligned with the CEO. Sometimes you allow top performers. The tendency is, well, let them get away with some kind of behavior that is not the right behavior because they're so good. And what Jack told me very early on is that it's the top performers who are problematic culturally that are the most dangerous, because they have followership within the company, because people look up to them. So he's like the dumb person who is bad culturally. He's not the problem, because everyone says, well, that's a dumb person, so who cares? It's the smart person who has followership. So it is incredibly important for the top performers to actually be held to account more radically than anyone else, because they're the ones who have followership at the company, and they have to set the example. So for me personally, that has absolutely guided how I've managed. Expedia was a company that had, excellent cultural values. And one of the first things we did at Uber was to go out and reset our cultural values, and we call them norms, because to me, it's not just these values that you put on the wall and kind of people stare at and it's all nice. It's about behavior. And we set out to change behavior at Uber, and I think that the company was thirsting for it, and we are starting on a path, and I believe it's going to be a positive path.
An inevitable question, I hope you won't regard it as a cheap shot, but you talked about smart people who have followers throughout a company. I mean, Travis would seem to be the epitome of that sort of figure. Is that, do you think of him as being in that category of people that Jack Welch was talking about?
I think, listen, Travis was the CEO of the company, and he had incredible followership, and he was held to account, right? I mean, he's no longer the CEO of the company, and he's a board member. He's a big investor, and so he's absolutely going to play a part on the board. But we've also been very clear as a company that we do have to make a break with the past, with how we behaved as a company, and to some extent with the new CEO being a very different kind of a CEO. So in the end, you have to be held accountable, and I think that Travis was held accountable, and at this point, he's a board member and a constructive one at that.
If you look around the world now, where do you see the next competitors to Uber? You've obviously got Lyft breathing down your neck.
Yes.
Where else do they come from?
Well, I think that as you move into a world of autonomy, the position of the car manufacturers, the position of, for example, Google, who's developing Waymo and Waymo autonomous technology, you're going to get a lot of players interested in this space. And a lot of people think about Uber and ride sharing as a significant enterprise, and it is. But the fact is that we account for less than 1% of miles driven on the road now. When autonomy comes in, that number over the next 10 years is going to be closer, I believe, to 15 to 20%. So because we're not yet a true alternative to car ownership, and I believe that as you bring autonomous and you bring the price of mobility down and make it available to everybody, everywhere, then we become a real alternative to car ownership, and that really opens up the market for us, but it also opens us up to many more competitors.
And is Google at the forefront of those competitors at the moment?
Google is one of many. I think that they've developed very strong autonomous technology, but what we think, which is exceptional, is having autonomous technology and the network under one roof, which allows us to use autonomous in a very practical way, nearer than you think.
This is Bloomberg Business Week. Insight from the reporters and editors who bring you America's most trusted business magazine. Plus global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Masser on Bloomberg Radio.
Live from New Jersey and streaming on YouTube. It is the day after Election Day 2020, and as we expected, we are still waiting on a decision as to who will be in the White House come January. So no doubt about it, election still front and center as we continue to really watch our democracy at work, a little messy at times and definitely being tested, but it is working. One thing we know for certain, it is not going to be the blue wave that some were forecasting. So that is certainly our setup on this Wednesday, day after Election Day Tuesday. So lots to cover over the next few hours. Let's get you going, though, because markets have been very interesting watching late last night and into this Wednesday. Hey, Charlie Pellet.
Hello there, Carol Masser. Happy Wednesday indeed. It was a wild overnight session. Futures all over the map, but right now stocks higher across the board. Stocks and bonds rally as election bets get retooled. That, in a nutshell, is what it's all about today. Right now we've got the S&P up 98, higher by 2.9%. The Dow surging 642 points, up 2.3%. Look at NASDAQ up 453, up by 4.1%, bringing its year-to-date gain back to 29.4%. NASDAQ 100 index doing even better, up now by 4.6%. As for the Russell 2000, little change today, up by less than 0.4%. The 10-year yield 0.76%. We've got gold down $10 the ounce, lower by 0.6%, $18.98, and West Texas Intermediate crude advancing 3.9%, $39.13 a barrel. So again, recapping the equity numbers, S&P up 99 points right now, up 2.9%. I'm Charlie Pellet. That, Carol Masser, is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Jeez, Charlie, it's a busy Wednesday. And just to layer on top of what Charlie just said, we just had a headline crossing the Bloomberg. The Trump campaign just announcing it has filed a lawsuit in Michigan to halt the count, saying it had, quote, not been provided with meaningful access to numerous counting locations to observe the opening of ballots and the counting process as guaranteed by Michigan law. So we expected lawsuits, and we saw some certainly prior to Election Day Tuesday, and we're getting one on the day after on this Wednesday. All right, you're listening to Bloomberg Business Week. This portion of Bloomberg Business Week brought to you by Commonwealth, supporting more than 2,000 independent financial advisors with the solutions they need to grow a thriving business. Commonwealth, go where you grow. Visit commonwealth.com to learn more. Let's learn more about the trade. Charlie laying it out really beautifully for us on this Wednesday. Vince Signorella is with us, global macro strategist at Bloomberg News. He contributes to the macro squawk desk. You can find it by just going to Squawk Go on your launch pad. Dave Wilson is with us, stocks editor at Bloomberg News on the remote access from New Jersey. Vince Signorella, Dave Wilson. Vince, let's start with you. I don't know about you, but I got about 3 hours sleep because I just could not go to bed. And then watching market reaction, it was just kind of nonstop. But what have you guys been blogging about?
They've got to do these elections on a weekend so we can sleep in the next day.
No, I want my weekends.
Just a quick headline, just crossing for you. CNN is calling Wisconsin for Biden.
Okay.
That's just hitting our tape at the moment. Markets are looking at the lack of a blue wave as basically being a positive because we will not get the tax hikes that the Biden administration had suggested because they won't be able to get through the Senate. We're also seeing the other side of the coin of this, and I must say I'm really confused that we're rallying as far as we are on this, because the other side of the coin is we're not likely to get the big stimulus package we would have gotten under a blue wave, even under a Democratic House and Senate with Trump as president, because while McConnell has said this morning that he thinks we should have stimulus before the end of the year and there is a need for another stimulus package, he's given no indication whatsoever that he's willing to go past that 500 billion mark where you have the House at 2.2 trillion and at least the Republican president at 1.7. So even if we were to get a stimulus bill, it's going to be a meager one, not the one that the market really is looking for. And the virus hasn't gone anywhere. We're seeing record cases in Europe. When it started there, it came here. There's no reason to believe, everyone's talking about a vaccine. Where?
Right. It's certainly not coming tomorrow. I mean, everybody's working on it.
I don't feel good. Yeah, I just don't feel good that this is going to sustain long term.
Right, and you continue to remind us that, folks, the virus is still here. Dave Wilson, come on in on this because I'm looking at the best performing groups in the S&P 500. Healthcare at the top, communication services, information technology, consumer discretionary. I mean, the risk trade feels really big time on today.
Oh, absolutely. And you put those groups together and what do you get? It's not just about taxes or economic stimulus. It's also about, what happens to the healthcare system. If it's pretty much status quo, given the potential for a divided government, people are satisfied with that. You certainly see it show up in terms of healthcare, best performer among the 11 main industry groups in the S&P 500. That's the health insurers that are, for the most part, leading the way. United Health, Anthem, Cigna, all up more than 11% at the moment. And then you have the story of Biogen, which is up 44% off some positive comments prepared for an FDA advisory panel about its Alzheimer's drug that was revived last year. So that's a company-specific story. But, drug makers more broadly are also rallying. The other side of the coin, when Vince talks about the stimulus trade, such as it is, you see it show up in the shares of the regional banks, which are really taking a hit in today's trading. You also see it show up in some of the infrastructure-related stocks, Caterpillar, construction material companies, Martin Marietta Materials, Vulcan Materials. They're all taking hits off of what we're seeing. So it's not like people are forgetting sort of that argument as far as what happens to the stimulus program. You think about big tech. I mean, they're really, that's communication services, that's information technology, that's consumer discretionary with Amazon.com.
Right.
Put them all together. These are companies that are able to grow regardless of what happens to the economy, whatever happens to stimulus, and people are gravitating to them today as they have for a long time.
On one point, infrastructure, we're going to check in with the CEO over at BAM, Build America Mutual, because we certainly were watching some of the state elections when it came to voting on infrastructure, muni spending in that area. Hey, Vince, I mean, gridlock. Yeah. Investors tend to like it, and it feels like that's what we're going to have. But it does worry me about the people who need stuff right now in our society as we continue to fight the virus and deal with a really weak economy.
Yeah, if there were no virus, I would say this is the perfect soup. That we have the gridlock in Washington, markets like it. We're going to see gradual growth, gradual changes to the stock market on a positive way, gradual increases in earnings. But not only do we have the virus, we also have another election coming up after January, which no one is talking about. You're going to read it on the blog shortly later. The Speaker of the House is up for election after a new Congress. Now, there's not great expectations that Pelosi won't keep it. I mean, she's fought off challenges in the past, and as Trump's greatest adversary, I think she's won a lot of points and scored a lot of points in her party.
Right.
But if she is challenged by a progressive, that could change the votes. You just need a majority, not a super majority in the House. If, for whatever reason, that seat, the Speaker, would go progressive, I think the markets would take that very badly, thinking that a big new Green Deal would be coming, the tax hikes would be back in the conversation, et cetera. So just something to keep on your Outlook calendar for down the road to be prepared for as we get into the new year.
I'm just telling you, my Outlook calendar is maxed out. I don't have any more room. All right, Vince Signorella, thank you as always. We're going to check in with you a little bit later on. He's our global macro strategist at Bloomberg News. Dave Wilson's going to be back to you with his stock and chart of the day. We are doubling down on the election and the outcome over the next few hours. A lot that we know. We are expecting to hear from Vice President Joe Biden at some point later today. We're also going to look into the road to how we got here and really the road to legal battles. We just mentioned one by the Trump team in terms of the election outcome, so we're going to get into that. Bloomberg contributor Rick Davis, former Republican strategist, former manager of Senator John McCain's presidential campaign. He's going to talk about the races still yet to be called. We are also seeing, as Dave mentioned, several market trades and moves off the election, some of them kind of all over the place. Cannabis stocks initially higher, and then we saw them kind of pull off some of those gains. So we're going to check in with Chris Beals, the CEO of California-based Weed Maps. They work with consumers and companies within that industry. We're also going to check in, as I mentioned, with the CEO over at BAM, Build America Mutual, about infrastructure and the outlook there. All right, let's get a check on world and national news. She's been a really busy lady. Let's check in with Nancy Lyons. Hey, Nance.
Hey, Carol. Well, the presidential race is still too close to call, and Joe Biden's campaign manager, Jen O'Malley Dillon, says President Trump is wrong for claiming overnight to be the victor.
The vice president will fight for every vote to be counted. Some of the outstanding votes will be for the vice president. Some of them are going to be for Donald Trump. But the vice president believes they all should be counted.
One of the key battleground states where the counting is still underway is Pennsylvania, and Governor Tom Wolf wants everyone to be patient.
We may not know the results even today, but the most important thing is that we have accurate results. Again, even if that takes a little longer than we're used to.
Ballots are still being counted in Michigan as well, and the Trump campaign has filed suit there, saying it has not been provided with meaningful access to numerous counting locations to observe the opening of ballots. Maine's Republican Senator Susan Collins has survived the most serious challenge of her career. She has defeated Democrat Sarah Gideon, who has now conceded that race. A nationwide push to relax drug laws took a significant step forward yesterday. Voters in Arizona and New Jersey added their states to the list of places legalizing marijuana for adults. And Oregon became the first state to decriminalize possession of small amounts of hard drugs like cocaine, heroin, and methamphetamines. A former police officer who eluded authorities for years as the Golden State Killer has arrived in state prison to begin serving multiple life sentences for rapes and murders that terrorized much of California in the 70s and 80s. Global news 24 hours a day on air and on Bloomberg Quick Take, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. I'm Nancy Lyons.
All right, Nance, thank you so much. You're listening to Bloomberg Business Week. Carol Massar along with Charlie Pellet. And first of all, did you stay up late?
I did not as late as I thought I would. I kind of went to bed around midnight East Coast time. How about yourself?
3:30ish, I think. I kind of was roped in, was getting ready to go to bed, and then Joe Biden spoke, and then I thought I really kind of want to also listen to what the president has to say, kind of hear it firsthand as it was happening, and then listen to a little bit more analysis. And then I basically looked at the clock and said, I need at least 3 hours of sleep, so I got to go to bed.
3 hours, that's amazing. And I fell victim to cheap alcohol last night. You know, I told you about the $8.99 1.5 liter bottle of wine, and I thought I would go through 3 glasses. I stopped after 2 and called it a night early.
I'm jealous. I didn't get anything. I think I had just a cranberry drink, no alcohol. One thing, though, I just want to bring up, I think it caught your attention, too. Mark Bergen, great story on the Bloomberg, talking about several YouTube accounts live streamed fake U.S. election results to tens of thousands of viewers hours before any of the polls closed and before YouTube took the clips down as spam. That just blows my mind, Charlie.
It does that in 2020, around the election, this can still happen. And according to Mark's story, it turns out that these spammers likely exploited the preference that YouTube's algorithms have for long live stream footage about current events. So if you did a short video, probably would have been caught. But if you did the longer video, you were able to get away with it.
Well, listen, you know, if you flip around, we were flipping around channels. We like to watch different networks to see how everybody's coverage is. I mean, listen, you could kind of set one up, have a map, you know. If you think about, you know, the formula for doing it to some extent, right? Visually.
Exactly. And I should add that in my house, my wife controls the remote. I watch what she wants. So
there's a little bit of a battle in our house. Anyway, it's just a reminder, and it's one of the bigger discussions that we continue to have here, certainly at Bloomberg and the world at large. And we see social media and the CEOs constantly going before lawmakers in Washington about, you know, their influence and their increased need for policing of their platforms. Charlie Pellet, thank you so much. We'll check in with you a little bit later. This is Bloomberg Radio.
markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and at Bloomberg Quick Take. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
From Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. Biggest rally for the U.S. stock market in 6 months as investors grew more confident that the tightly contested outcome will ensure key elements of the bull market remain intact for years to come. S&P's up 97 points right now, close to session highs. That is a gain right now of just about 2.9%. The Dow up 627 points, up 2.3%. And we've got NASDAQ up 446, higher by 4%. 10-year yield 0.77%. Gold is down 0.6%, lower by 11.85 the ounce at 18.97. And West Texas Intermediate crude up 3.6%, 39.03 a barrel. Uber and Lyft shares driving higher after California voters approved a measure to protect the company's business models from efforts to reclassify their drivers in the state as employees. Uber up now by 12.1%, Lyft shares rallying by 9.4%. I'm Charlie Pellet. That's a Bloomberg Business Flash.
We will win this, and as far as I'm concerned, we already have won.
We believe we're on track to win this election.
And of course, that was President Trump and Vice President Biden last night. I do want to mention a headline crossing the Bloomberg. Joe Biden winning the state of Wisconsin. That is coming from the Associated Press. As we know, there were still a few races that are yet to be called. But again, the Associated Press just calling Wisconsin, the state of Wisconsin, for Vice President Joe Biden. Well, it is the day after the election. We still don't have a winner for the White House, and instead we've got a date that we are hearing nonstop from state officials and governors who are continuing to count the vote. Great to get back to someone who has been one of our go-to voices throughout the election season. Bloomberg contributor Rick Davis, former Republican strategist, former manager of Senator John McCain's presidential campaign and partner at Stone Court Capital. He is back with us on the phone from Virginia. How late were you up?
It's not so much of being late. I think I was up early. I left Bloomberg headquarters in Washington last night at about 4:30 in the morning.
It's unbelievable. And we just had the AP calling Wisconsin for Biden.
Yep.
It's interesting. We've gone from listening nonstop to state COVID updates to nonstop state updates on the vote. Is there still a path to victory, Rick, in your view, to 270 votes for both Joe Biden and Donald Trump?
Yes, certainly both men have an opportunity to win. The pathway for Joe Biden is much more direct. Is simply put, he's currently at about 237 electoral votes, with including Minnesota's, Wisconsin, as you mentioned, has just broke. And really, just to get to 270, to give you an idea, is he's winning right now in both Michigan, Arizona, and Nevada, and that gives him 270. So it's a three-state step, the most direct route that Joe Biden's got. In order for Donald Trump to win, he's really almost got to shoot the moon. He's at 213 electoral votes right now, and he not only has to try to hold those states that we just discussed, but then pick up Pennsylvania, and that is a dead heat as we talk. So right now, I would say the most likely winner of this election is Biden, based on where the current counts stand today. As Donald Trump said last night, stop counting. If they stop counting now, he loses. So I'm not sure that strategy was a particularly good one.
Well, that's interesting. So let's get into it. What we've already seen cases filed even before Election Day. We continue to see them. We just mentioned one about the count in Michigan specifically. I mean, what are your expectations about how that ultimately plays out and kind of delays us deeming a winner at this point, Rick?
Yeah, I think it's mostly a delay, not so much a change. Each of these states have their own rules associated with recounts, and that's what we're really talking about here. The states will finish up their business accounting these votes sometime in the next day or two, and that's what we anticipated. There was a record amount of early votes. Many of these states, like Pennsylvania, don't even start counting them until after the Election Day votes are counted.
Right.
And it's a historic turnout, and so all those things combined added time to this election count. after the counts are certified, within 10 days or after 10 days, depending upon which state you're in, the loser has a chance, if he's within either a half a point in some states or 1 point, to contest and do a recount. It's the loser's request. And so in some cases, the president may want to request a recount if he's within that half a point margin of error.
Okay, so that's how it could play out legally. I mean, is this a case where you anticipate that this goes all the way to the Supreme Court? Are there any similarities to 2000?
Well, on a parallel track, there is talk on the president's part last night about taking it to Supreme Court. That is different than asking for a recount.
Okay.
And if he takes it to the Supreme Court, it's likely to be the same case that they took last week that the court didn't hear, and that was whether or not to invalidate ballots that arrive after Election Day. In many of these states, they have rules, like in North Carolina and Pennsylvania, that if you mail your ballot by Election Day and it comes afterwards, it's still a good ballot. And the president has always had the approach that if a ballot shows up after Election Day, it should be invalidated. And so that is a case where they've taken it to the Supreme Court once. It's likely that's what he was talking about last night. It's likely that they'll take that again to the Supreme Court. And we'll see what the Supreme Court says. The fact that they didn't hear it is not necessarily an indication that they'll throw it out.
What makes it a Supreme Court issue versus, and we're going to talk about the legal aspect in a little bit, but let me just put it to you also, because you understand this world. I mean, what would make it a Supreme Court case versus this is the state's right to determine how they handle the election ballots?
That's right. And states do have different requirements. In every single state, there's some difference in how elections are adjudicated. In this case, it's about invalidating a bona fide ballot. And the federal government does protect the rights of voters, but it also does not see the rights of voters to go beyond state law. And in some of these cases, state law is a little ambiguous as to what it says about voting on an election day and then allowing ballots to come in after the fact. These are usually laws that were on the books before there was early voting or before absentee ballots were so popular.
Right.
And so 90% of the voting was done on Election Day, and there really was never posed a problem.
Yeah, I feel like this election, whether Americans knew it or not, there is so much voting in so many different states that goes on way before Election Day, and I think there's a lot of folks that didn't realize it, and maybe it's worth looking at how we do this and maybe changing some of the system. Hey, Rick, sit tight. Got a few more questions, including polling, again, didn't really tell us what was going to happen on election night. We're going to get into that in just a moment. Rick Davis, Bloomberg contributor, former Republican strategist. We'll get back to him in just a moment right here on Bloomberg.
Broadcasting live to New York, Bloomberg 1130. To Washington, D.C., Bloomberg 99.1. To Boston, Bloomberg 1061. To San Francisco, Bloomberg 960. To the country, Sirius XM Channel 119. And around the globe, the Bloomberg Business app and BloombergRadio.com. This is Bloomberg Business Week.
You are listening to Bloomberg Business Week. I'm Carol Masser. We're going to continue talking about the election results last night. Still, of course, waiting for a call on who will be in the White House come January. We're going to get back to Rick Davis, Bloomberg contributor, former Republican strategist. We've got a few more questions we're going to send his way. But first up, let's send things over to Charlie Pellet. Another check on that rally. Hey,
Hi, thank you very much, Carol Masser, and happy Wednesday to you once again. Wild election night, but it sowed confusion across U.S. markets. Investors frantically bidding up stocks today, sending major averages to the biggest rally in 6 months as they grow more confident that the tightly contested outcome will ensure key elements of the bull market remain intact for years to come. The S&P up now by 97 points. That's a gain of 2.9%. The Dow now up 617 points, close to session highs, up by 2.2%. NASDAQ up 445 points. For NASDAQ, that's a rally of 4% right now. NASDAQ 100 index up by 4.5%. 10-year yield 0.77%. We've got gold down 0.6%, 18.97 the ounce, and crude a rally there up 4.1%, 39.22 a barrel. President Trump won 2 key states where hospitalizations for COVID-19 are among the highest in the U.S. Those states, Florida and Ohio. Dr. Joshua Sharfstein is vice dean of the Bloomberg Johns Hopkins School of Public Health, and he told us on Bloomberg Television this morning, Election Day may be behind us, but COVID-19 is not.
Ignoring the virus is tempting because everybody wants to go back to what they were doing before and, go out to work and do all those things. The challenge is ignoring the virus leads to a lot of deaths because the virus isn't ignoring us, and ignoring the virus really depresses people's confidence, and so the economy is harmed while there are raging infections. It's just not realistic to think you're going to have the economy doing what it used to do when you have the kind of rates of infection we're seeing now with more than 90,000 cases on Election Day.
And the Johns Hopkins Bloomberg School of Public Health is supported by Michael R. Bloomberg, founder of Bloomberg LP and Bloomberg Philanthropies. Hilton Worldwide Holdings shares higher today after a recovery in summer travel. Demand helped the company report better than expected results in the third quarter. Hilton said its net loss was $81 million. That was less than the $85 million loss that analysts were expecting. Hilton shares, they're up now by 4.2%. Rival Marriott International up 2.5%. After the bell, we will be hearing from Hyatt. One brief Fed note. A Fed spokeswoman says San Francisco Fed President Mary Daly will be voting as an alternate at this week's meeting of the FOMC in place of Minneapolis President Neil Kashkari. Yesterday, Kashkari announced the birth of a son in a posting on Twitter. I'm Charlie Pellet. That's a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Got it, Charlie. Thank you so much. I want to get right back to Bloomberg contributor Rick Davis, former Republican strategist, former manager of Senator John McCain's presidential campaign, partner over at Stone Court Capital, on the phone from Alexandria, Virginia. Rick, I do wonder, based on the outcome and the states that were won, the close races that were out there, can you determine maybe what strategies worked for each of the candidates? What mattered among voters, whether it was COVID or the economy? What can you tell about kind of the specifics of strategy and kind of what mattered to voters?
Well, I think both of the campaigns were successful at expanding the voter pool. In other words, it'll be one of the largest turnouts in modern political history. And so both campaigns should be congratulated for finding new voters who otherwise have not been participating. There were voters turning out in millions who had not voted in the last probably 10 to 15 years in presidential elections. So getting those to the polls was a great accomplishment for both parties. Donald Trump was successful, especially in places like Florida, finding votes that he otherwise hadn't been getting in the past. That includes a larger percentage of people of color. In Dade County, that would include Cuban Americans who were susceptible to the charges of calling Joe Biden a socialist,
right,
and also penetrating the African American community in certain parts of the state, and even penetrating a little bit the suburbs, which you would not have thought he was going to get that vote back after the various approaches he took to, sort of his law and order approach. I would say Joe Biden really got much better at rebuilding the Democratic Party base. If you'll notice, the states that he's winning that Donald Trump took were traditionally Democratic states, where he's ahead in places like Wisconsin and Minnesota and Michigan. These are states that Democrats used to be able to rely heavily on that Hillary Clinton lost to Donald Trump. And so he did a much better job of organizing the Democratic Party and keeping it together, even though he's running as a centrist and the energy and activists in the party tend to be toward on the liberal side. But he managed that well. So both had talent. And in a closely contested election, what we really learned is just how divided the politics in America is today.
Yeah, that is for certain. I feel like if there's anything that we can kind of take away from that, from this election, what I do wonder too is how does it shape what happens in 2024, especially when you look at a Biden win in Arizona, watching some of the close races in the South. I mean, is the South now historically has been Republican now at play?
Carol, you're exactly right. I mean, it's worth noting that Florida is a split, right? Anybody could win that state, Republican or Democrat. Georgia is now on the map as a swing state. Arizona, which hasn't voted but once in the last 30 years for a Democratic president, is now got 2 Democratic senators elected statewide over the last 4 years. And so I think that you're right. I think there is a new game in town, which is how do you cobble together these, especially communities like Atlanta and South Florida and Maricopa County in Arizona, Phoenix, that are just fast growth, heavy new populations coming into the state that sometimes reflect a different set of politics. And the Democrats, I think, have done a better job of attracting those voters right now than the Republicans have.
Hey, really quickly, 45 seconds, polling, fool me once, fool me twice. What do we have to do to get it right? And is it that we just don't understand essentially the Trump voter? And just quickly.
Well, when you look at the election, it was an incredibly stable election. I mean, the polling for the last 60 days has basically been, Biden by a little, Trump, coming from behind. There have been polls that have shown double-digit leads by Joe Biden going into the election, but most of them were single digits in these states, and that's what we got, very close races in all the key states. So there'll be a lot of internal looking at how these things were done, but when you have a historic turnout of over 150 million people, most of the models are going to be wrong.
Gosh, what a week, what a year, and it's not over. Hey, Rick, thank you so much. Always look forward to our conversations and your insight. Bloomberg contributor Rick Davis, he is former Republican strategist, as I mentioned earlier, former manager of Senator John McCain's presidential campaign, and he's a partner at Stone Court Capital. He's been great coming on our air to talk about this campaign and this election. All right, let's get back to world and national news. Nancy Lyons covering that. She's in our D.C. studio. Hey, Nance.
Hey, Carol. Well, election officials in several key states do continue to count mail-in ballots, including Pennsylvania, which had 10 times the number from the last election. Bloomberg's Irv Chapman has more from Washington.
Pennsylvania Governor Tom Wolf gave a progress report with half the mail-in ballots counted.
We have to be patient, but confident that these votes are going to be counted. They're going to be counted accurately, and they will be counted fully. The delay that we're seeing is a sign that the system is working, and we all will vigorously defend against any attempt to attack that vote in Pennsylvania.
Pennsylvania officials pointed out that the deadline for receiving military ballots from overseas is not until next Tuesday. In Washington, Irv Chapman, Bloomberg Radio.
Well, the Trump campaign is suing to stop the vote count in Michigan. Campaign manager Bill Stepien says they have not been given meaningful access to numerous counting locations to observe the opening of ballots in the counting process. They want the count to stop until they have that sort of access. Stepien is also looking at another battleground state which has just been called for Joe Biden.
Wisconsin, tight race. Within 1%, that is recount territory.
While there have been some scattered protests in cities, including New York, Washington, and Seattle, there has been no evidence of widespread violence or unrest linked to the election. But authorities remain wary at the chance for conflict. Last night in Washington, just a block from the White House, more than 1,000 people converged on Black Lives Matter Plaza to protest President Trump. by blocking traffic and lighting off fireworks. Global news 24 hours a day, on air and on Bloomberg Quick Take, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. I'm Nancy Lyons. This is Bloomberg.
All right, Nancy, thank you so much for that update. You are listening to Bloomberg Radio. Carol Masser, along with Charlie Pellet. So, Charlie, how did you vote this year?
An absentee ballot, and I'll tell you why. I honestly thought I was going to be off this week, so it was a vote by mail. Worked out just fine.
Well, interesting. And I did, I filled out my ballot at home, but I did walk to the poll yesterday because I just kind of wanted to get a feel, and I dropped it in a box. What's interesting, though, and we saw this happening early on, concerns about access to voting facilities, wanting to make sure that there was places where people wouldn't feel like they were on top of one another, especially within a COVID-19 world. So you had the sports community step up and really make a difference this time around. 20-plus NBA teams and half of the NFL's 32 franchises, they provided a place for people to vote or assisted with the process in other ways. And you had Major League Baseball involved, NHL teams. They also put their stadiums and arenas in play on Election Day. This is a great story by the Associated Press, but we've been talking about it too at Bloomberg.
Exactly. And you know what? They've got nothing else going on. There are no concerts going on, no sporting events going on. These are vacant buildings. And what I thought was kind of interesting is whenever I take the subway home, very often I get off at Barclays Center in Brooklyn, which was one of the places where people could vote. And what a wonderful use of a building. Might I suggest, however, while all of this is good, nothing wrong with in-person voting, but corporations have long had voting electronically. Unions, you can vote online for your various members. And I'm going to toss one more idea out there for voting. Why don't we vote via ATMs? Because at the very end of your transaction, you're always asked, do you want 20s or 50s? Right. And in essence, isn't that a vote?
Right, exactly. It's kind of like a Twitter vote, you know? Vote for this, no, but it's different. No, but you're absolutely right. Listen, I always say the IRS has figured out how to keep most of our information secure. There are ways to make sure it is secure. We have figured out how to do banking and all these important things, investments, right, and keep it safe. Why can't there be an app, basically, right?
Exactly.
That you just vote at home and you just do it.
And very briefly, thank you to those sports venues across the country.
Yeah, it's a really wonderful thing to see how that community really stepped up big time. All right, Charlie Pellet, thank you so much. You're listening to Bloomberg Radio.
markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and at Bloomberg Quick Take. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
From Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. After a wild election night, stocks and bonds are rallying as election bets get retooled. We are off session highs, but green on the screen nonetheless. 10-year yield sinking the most since April. Gold prices slide, and crude oil is pushing higher. Let's begin with the equity market. S&P up 91 now, up 2.7%. Again, the Dow off session highs, up 555 points. That's an advance of 2%. Nasdaq is up 444, up by 4%. 10-year yield 0.77%. We've got gold down 0.6%, now at $18.98 the ounce. And West Texas Intermediate crude rallying this Wednesday, up 3.9%, up $1.45 a barrel, 39.11 right now on WTI. Among the names reporting after the closing bell will be Qualcomm. Qualcomm shares taking part in that tech rally today. Qualcomm up now by 2.5%. Again, recapping, S&P up 91, a gain of 2.7%. I'm Charlie Pellet. That's a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Got it, Charlie. Thank you so much. Well, listen, we've read and followed his reporting so closely. He's gone through all the different types of voters that would determine the outcome of election. Back with us, and so delighted to have with him, Josh Green. He's national correspondent at Bloomberg Business Week, author of Devil's Bargain, Steve Bannon, Donald Trump, and the Nationalist Uprising. Josh joins us on the phone from D.C. Also with us, delighted as well, Bloomberg Business Week editor Joel Weber. He's on the Access line in Brooklyn. But I feel like, Joel, we have been talking with Josh, whether it was, key female voters, shy Trumpers, Floridians with past felony convictions. We've been covering it all with Josh.
You forgot about one of my favorites, which was Maricopa County, and that's actually kind of where I want to start with him.
Good.
And we've got plenty more Josh Green coming as well, and we hope to talk to him again tomorrow. But Josh, let's start with that. I mean, at the beginning of the year, in pre-pandemic times, the before times, I'm sure you remember them as fondly as I do, we were talking about what our election year strategy was going to be, and you were like, it's not about the cities, it's not about the rural area, it's about the suburbs. And you pointed to Maricopa County, which you ended up writing about in the election issue, which was over the summer. And I'm wondering how you feel about that story now.
Well, I don't say this about all my work, but that one was prescient, and it sure looks like it holds up because, Joe Biden, the Democrats, are winning Arizona, at least according to AP and Fox News. And, they did it because they really carried Maricopa County with strong numbers. Now, I should probably say the Trump folks have not conceded Arizona. Still think they have a path to victory. And given the level of polling error, I wouldn't rule anything out. But if you step back and look at the bigger picture, clearly what we saw in Maricopa is what we saw in suburbs all across the country, which is we've seen a red to blue transition under Trump. I do think it's worth saying, though, that part of the story of the suburbs is what we expected to happen there last night didn't happen quite the way that most analysts were predicting. And that was just a massive wave that would sweep away Republican congressmen in smaller, red-leaning suburbs, like some in Texas and Missouri, New Mexico, places like that. What we actually saw was the blue wave from 18 begin to ebb and kind of come back a little bit in the other direction. But, net, the suburbs have moved in a way that they're going to be responsible for Joe Biden's victory if he wins. And right now, it looks like he's winning.
So let's talk about suburbs elsewhere, other than, the Maricopa one, which, by the way, I was watching Fox News last night when Fox called it for Arizona. And the amount of just on-air tension, that it was like palpable. I mean, it was just like nonstop for the next several hours, actually. You could tell the president was just calling people. But, one of the thesis there was like what happens in Maricopa County, and this is in your story, what happens in Maricopa County basically translate to suburbs out writ large across the country. Did that part hold up?
It did. It just didn't go as far as a lot of people were expecting. I mean, basically, the story of the suburbs, and this even predates Trump, is that they've moved from white-collar, college-educated, Republican voting people to much more multicultural, group who increasingly have been voting Democrat. And that process has been going on for a while now. Part of it is that, as I wrote in Business Week, the suburbs are becoming more racially and ethnically diverse. But a big part of it under Trump is the attitudes of college-educated white voters are just changing. And that process really sped up under Donald Trump, and it certainly hasn't gone away. I think what was interesting that we saw last night was that there appear to be limits to it. And one of the big questions I had going in was, in 2018, a lot of Republican strategists said, we may not be in that bad shape because, even though, we lost, we're going to have Trump on the ballot in 2020. We didn't have that in 2018, and we think that a lot of our voters will come out to support Trump. And Democrats universally did not believe that. Well, it turned out that people really are, driven to the polls by Trump on the one hand, and also willing to split their ticket. So what we saw in some of these red-leaning suburbs was that college-educated voters were voting against Trump, but still willing to vote for their Republican member of Congress, which I think is interesting, and one reason the Democrats didn't win back the Senate and are going to have a much smaller margin in the House.
It's really interesting. I just spoke just before you guys spoke with Rick Davis. He was manager of Senator John McCain's presidential campaign, and he thought it was interesting, and he thought that now the South is essentially in play based on kind of what happened in Arizona. He brought up that point that it's going to be different 2024, like already thinking about how the outcomes here impacted what's to come, and also just kind of commended both candidates in that they found new voters, people who hadn't voted for years.
Yeah, I think that's right. I mean, one of the stories of Republican success and Trump's success to the extent that, he's not going to lose this race by 10 points the way a lot of pollsters were predicting was he did manage to turn out a lot of voters who hadn't supported him in 2016. Some of those are white working class voters. They might be shy Trumpers who don't want to talk to pollsters, or it may just be that pollsters couldn't find them to interview them. Part of the other story is Trump's increased margins among Latinos, especially Latino men. That was hugely costly to Democrats in Florida, all across the southern part of Texas, where Democrats were hoping to win back Republican seats and didn't. So he certainly brought in new voters. But, Biden, on the other hand, if he wins, it's going to be because he won back a chunk of that blue-collar vote in the upper Midwest that Hillary lost. And right now that looks like his path to victory.
Josh, can we come up to speed with where things currently stand? Wisconsin was recently, just a couple minutes ago, called by CNN and AP for Biden. Michigan, Pennsylvania, Nevada, Georgia, all sort of the ones that everyone is watching and will basically determine the outcome. What are you most interested in in all of this?
So having talked to people in both camps just in the last couple of hours, the Biden people feel very confident that they have 270 electoral votes, that they're going to carry Pennsylvania, although that may take quite a while, that they'll ultimately prevail in Nevada and that Biden will be the next president. They've been saying that since this morning. The Trump people, on the other hand, though, have a really interesting path that they claim is still open for them. That is that Trump will win Arizona, despite the fact that the AP has already called it for Joe Biden, that they will add in Pennsylvania, which they feel fairly confident that they can win, and that they will hold on in Georgia, where it looked like they were going to run away with it, and now things have gotten much closer. That would bring them up to 274 electoral votes, and it would give Trump a second term. So a lot to watch, both in the Electoral College and in the courts over the next couple of days.
Well, exactly. And, you talked about Wisconsin. We've just got a headline, too, and a story that they're getting ready for a Trump recount request. We know he's already filed a lawsuit in Michigan to kind of stop counting votes. So, this just continues to drag on, at least for a little bit longer, Josh.
Definitely. Yeah, there's no question about that things are going to move to the courts now. This is not quite the worst case scenario everybody envisioned heading into the election, but it's not that far off from it either. You have Trump having come out last night and essentially declared victory and fraud. You have things close enough that these court battles really could matter. So, people had been saying from the get-go, we may not know on election night. That's definitely true. I think the hope is that we know in the next couple of days, or certainly by this weekend, but no guarantee on that either.
And Josh, any other final thoughts for you of anything else that's jumped out to you?
think what's jumped out to me is just what a terrible job pollsters and analysts in general did in calling this race. Even if Biden wins, it's going to be narrow. It isn't a blue wave. Democrats didn't win by crushing margins in the House. And we can see consistently that polls were off, not just by 1 or 2 or 3 points, but by 7 or 8 or 9 points in key states.
Right.
This is after they were off in 2016 and the necessary adjustments were thought to have been made. Well, there are still some knobs that need to be fiddled here for these things to get accurate. To me, understanding how that all went wrong is one of the stories I'm going to be watching.
I got to say, David Weston caught up with Frank Lutz, who does polling, as you know, big time. And he said, we've got to figure out how to understand the Trump voter, essentially, and just said that a lot of times you've got Trump voters and supporters who don't want to answer questions to pollsters because they don't like the media outlets that they represent or what have you, and then it tends to skew it. But we've got to be smarter about getting that voter. I don't know what you think about that, Josh. Just got about a minute or so.
I think that may be an element of it, but I also think that part of the problem is that pollsters just aren't managing to find Trump voters to talk to. You know, I don't know that it's voters saying, you know, I hate you, I don't trust you, I'm not going to give you honest answers. I just think the pollsters have made a lot of flawed assumptions. And the fact is, their jobs have gotten much more challenging. People don't answer their telephone landlines anymore. They've resorted to paying people to take online polls. As one Trump person I was talking to earlier today said, you know, the idea that that is going to lead to, you know, a precise pinpoint forecast of how an election is going to turn out is just insane. And I think we can see in the results already that there's something to that.
Well, I'm waiting for your next book. I'm just thinking, Josh, this has been a great year in terms of, and an interesting year to write about, that's for sure. Bloomberg's, of course, Josh Green joining us from D.C. He's our national correspondent at Bloomberg Business Week. And, of course, our thanks to Bloomberg Business Week editor Joel Weber joining us on the Access Line in Brooklyn. You're listening to Bloomberg Business Week. I'm Carol Masser, and this is Bloomberg.
This is WBBR New York, WDCH-FM Bowie, Baltimore, Washington, WJZ-FM HD2 Catonsville, WRCA Watertown, WBOS HD2 Brookline, Boston, WNBP Newburyport, KNEW Oakland, KOSF 103.7 FM HD2 San Francisco, and SiriusXM Satellite Radio Channel 119.
From Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. We move into the final hour of trading on this Wednesday, November 4th, 2020, the day after the presidential election, day after a wild night before. That evening, sowing confusion across U.S. markets. Investors today frantically bidding up stocks, sending major averages to the biggest rallies in 6 months. Investors growing more confident that the tightly contested outcome will ensure key elements of the bull market remain intact for years to come. S&P up now by 92 or off session highs, but still a gain of 2.8%. The Dow's up 575, up 2.1%. NASDAQ up 450 points, up by 4%. 10-year yield 0.76%. Gold slumping 0.5%, $18.99 the ounce. And West Texas Intermediate crude up 3.7%, $39.05 a barrel. A narrow victory by either Democratic challenger Joe Biden or President Trump, coupled with a split legislature, could make it unlikely that Trump's 2017 corporate tax cuts, an important driver to stock gains, are rolled back as Joe Biden has pledged to do. As for the economic outlook, Dr. Julia Coronado is the president of Macro Policy Perspectives.
We know we're in a goods recovery. You know, social distancing skews towards cars and houses and home improvement and all the goods, the things that are boosting the manufacturing sector. Services, leisure and hospitality, travel, these are the things that are moribund right now.
Two of today's biggest post-election stock winners, San Francisco-based Uber and Lyft. They're driving higher after California voters approved a measure to protect the company's business models from efforts to reclassify their drivers in the state as employees. Uber shares up now by 12.8%, Lyft up now by 10.5%. Recapping, equities higher, S&P up 94 to 3464, a gain of 2.8%. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
So we'll be going to the U.S. Supreme Court. We want all voting to stop. We don't want them to find any ballots at 4 o'clock in the morning and add them to the list. Okay?
All right, of course, that was President Donald Trump saying last night, or actually it was kind of the wee hours of this morning, saying he will go to the U.S. Supreme Court because he wants all voting to stop as he tries to kind of hold on to some of his early leads in key battleground states. Of course, this election continuing to evolve on this Election Day Wednesday, again, it feels like. I got to say, I saw it live last night when the president made those comments. Let's get into what is legally at stake and what can legally be done, because there's kind of two different things, the Supreme Court issue versus kind of some of the lawsuits that we're already seeing begin to happen. June Grosso is legal analyst, co-host of Politics,
Bloomberg Law.
Bloomberg Law. Sorry, I kind of forgot the name of it. On the phone in New York City, Greg Storr, who is Supreme Court reporter for Bloomberg News. Greg is on the phone in D.C. So good to have you both here with us. Greg, let me just start for you. Let me just kind of big picture, because I think we see Supreme Court. Are we headed to the Supreme Court here?
That we are, Carol. We all think back to 2000, Bush versus Gore. That was really a perfect storm where you had one state that made the difference. That state had a difference of 537 votes. We're not there yet in this case. It's certainly possible there will be some legal fighting. But, Donald Trump, if he's going to challenge the results, has to get a legal issue that raises the problem either under federal statute or the Constitution. And that has to be a legal issue that would make a difference, that would actually swing the election in his direction. And it's not clear we have that yet.
All right, June, come on in on this. You must have been like, okay, where do I begin? So what are some of the legal issues? There's a lot going on, because as soon as, we've seen the cases kind of going into the election, and we continue to see them come from, certainly right at this point, the Trump campaign.
Right. There are a lot of legal issues, but I agree completely with Greg that it doesn't look like right now that you have a legal issue in a state, and it has to be a state that's going to be a tipping point in the Electoral College and is decided by a razor-thin margin, and you're litigating over this pool of contested votes that would change the result and tip the election. So far, you have, for example, just this afternoon, the Trump campaign said that it's suing to stop Michigan from counting any more votes. Now, the problem with this is that what they're saying is that they weren't getting access to the counting, enough access, and they weren't getting, and they've used this in other states before, and it hasn't worked. So, and the other problem is that Michigan has said that they're likely to finish counting most of the votes by tonight. So will a judge intervene at this point to stop the Michigan count? Very unlikely. In Pennsylvania, you have the case that, we've talked about before, where the Supreme Court said that Pennsylvania at this point could count the ballots that come in 3 days after the election. So those ballots are being segregated, and as Greg can tell you better, but the 4 conservative justices indicated they might be open after the election to looking at that. There's also in Pennsylvania another lawsuit about a county that, it's one county, and it probably only involves around 49 votes according to the county officials, and whether or not they were reaching out to voters who had problems with their ballots and saying, you want to come in and fix it, basically. But is that enough to merit any kind of litigation? So it all depends, and I think that they're also going to go after absentee ballots and provisional ballots. The provisional ballot is when you come in and maybe you're in the wrong election place, right, or maybe someone challenges you, and then so those are questions. But how many provisional ballots and absentee ballots are having problems? That's the point.
Right, and it gets to, Greg, I think too, what you were talking about, how close a race is, whether it's going to be a state that would be a tipping point. There's a lot that goes into it before it makes sense on a legal level.
Yeah, and one distinction to make, June mentioned that Pennsylvania case that's at the Supreme Court. That case, if it were to happen, would be about ballots that were cast before Election Day or by Election Day and didn't arrive until up to 3 days later. We don't know how many ballots that is. Maybe it's in the tens of thousands. That's just conjecture. What you heard the president say last night, he was talking about stopping the voting.
Right.
And that's something very different. There's no legal claim to stop. Well, first of all,
we weren't voting.
Yeah, exactly. Nobody is voting anymore. He wouldn't even be able to stop. There's really no legal claim to stop the counting of votes that were clearly cast in time. We're only talking about in the Supreme Court case, a relatively small segment of votes that were cast on time but haven't arrived yet.
Also, Carol, I think it's a difference when you're challenging votes that have been cast by voters who have relied on the rules in place. So if that goes to the Supreme Court, let's just say it goes to the Supreme Court, is the court going to say, no, we're going to discount your votes, voters, even though, we know what the outcome would be if those votes were counted, and we know you relied upon the rule that we set in place? So I think that's another point that has to be considered. And also, for example, in the Pennsylvania case, where they're challenging the way that they're asking people to come in and sort of cure their ballots. Well, why didn't they do that before? Have they waited too long to do that? Apparently, they've been doing that for a long time there.
Yeah.
So I think there might be a lot of litigation, but I'm not sure that any of it is going to be sort of serious litigation.
Yeah, I think it's really pretty interesting. I mean, I do wonder, Greg, at some point, do we need to kind of take a bigger, deeper dive into kind of the voting system and how it works? I know it's up to individual states, but you do wonder, we were talking earlier about it could be so much easier with an app and we could just do it and kind of clear up some of the confusion. Just got about 40 seconds left.
Yeah, that's got to be something that everybody can agree on after yesterday and today, that our system of voting in this country is really, really complicated, and it shouldn't be that complicated because you have all these state rules, and then you have the federal law overlaid on top of that in the Electoral College, and yes, there's all sorts of potential for confusion and a feeling that that the voters might not have had their say in it.
Yeah, and forgive me, we've got still some more time. Well, June, come on in on this, because I do think we all go to the poll or we fill out our ballot, mail it in, and just assume that we can trust these systems. And it really does beg the question. It's kind of funny when I'm filling out a ballot and I'm filling in circles, that in such a high-tech world that we can't figure out a better way that secures it so that we don't have to have these legal questions, certainly a day after an election.
Right, but the other side of that, and of course, everyone's all for like using an app and everything. The other side of that is if you don't have some kind of a paper ballot backup, then what happens when you want to check the votes? It's all on computer. Are you going to trust that? And is there going to be, how are you going to do that? So that's another problem, is that in past elections they've said that they need a paper ballot backup because that's the way you can trace everything. That's the way you know where things came from. So, and the problem is that, as Greg said, this is all based state to state and county to county within the state. So you have it's not like your vote, it's the presidential election, but what you're really voting is counties in states, I don't know how many across the country. And if there was more consistency, at least, it wouldn't be like as it is now, where you're just, every time someone, for example, Trump said that the Trump campaign is asking for a recount in Wisconsin. So, okay, what are the rules in Wisconsin for a recount? It's 1% in Wisconsin, but it's 0.5% difference in Georgia, and it's this and it's that, and it's so confusing.
Well, and it's interesting because I think, and I'm curious what each of you think about this, and Greg, maybe you take it first, is I do think that there was a lot of nervousness leading up to this election about how much, kind of legal wrangling there would be. It does feel like, Greg, though, that it's kind of orderly right now.
Yeah, really, we had relatively few election day disruptions. We had a flurry of activity at the Supreme Court the week before, but not so much in the couple days immediately before. People seemed to know, for the most part, what the rules were going to be. We do still have some lingering issues like the late arriving ballot in Pennsylvania, but for the most part, even if you disagreed with them, you probably knew what the basic rules for voting and counting the votes were in all the swing states. So yeah, I would agree with that. Given what we thought could happen, like right on election day, there was not that much chaos on that day.
Yeah, June, what are your thoughts on this as you were expecting, what might happen and versus what actually has so far, at least?
Right, I think that people are not talking enough about the fact that all this violence was expected or anticipated. You know, you had cities where the stores were boarding up their windows because of the fear of violence, and we really didn't hear about that. And I think that's really something to cheer about, that we're not talking about that the day after. There are some minor incidents here and there, but nothing that, you know, was so outstanding that we would have to talk about it. And I think, you know, Greg's right. There are legions of lawyers out there for the Trump team, the Biden team, civil rights lawyers, conservative lawyers, and they have war rooms set up, so hundreds and hundreds of lawyers, and we've just seen very few lawsuits so far. So I think that, you know, all considering and all the different rules that we've been talking about and all the controversy beforehand, that it's so far turned out pretty well.
And to be fair, I mean, that's pretty par for the course in terms of elections. I mean, I think this has been an unusual year, and it's a year where a lot of things have been laid bare. We're seeing kind of how the sausage is made when it comes to things. And I think even with the election, in terms of how many people vote in advance, how many states start counting in advance, there's a lot of things that maybe we didn't realize as Americans, and it's all kind of coming out. And even, Greg, you know, to have both sides, the Democrats and the Republicans, the teams, having lawyers in place just in case, that's pretty normal.
It is pretty normal. You know, it may be that there were more lawyers in place than there were 4 years ago or 8 years ago, but yes, certainly after Bush versus Gore, it has been standard fare that both sides brace themselves and get ready for a legal fight over the election. You know, that's just the nature of our complicated election system. The fact that our elections, presidential elections, are so close these days, right. And the fact that we're a rather litigious society.
Yeah, exactly. Well, it certainly has made for some interesting times. Folks, thank you so much. Really appreciate your insight. June Grosso, she is, of course, Bloomberg News legal analyst and host of Bloomberg Law. You can catch it weeknights at 10 p.m. Wall Street time on Bloomberg Radio. And our thanks always to Greg Stohr, our go-to when it comes to the Supreme Court here at Bloomberg News, on the phone from Washington, D.C. Want to head to Washington once again, check in with Nancy Lyons on World and National News. Hey, Nance.
Hey, Carol. While we wait to find out the winner of the presidential election, some are asking how the pollsters could be so off target in their predictions. Most of them showed Joe Biden with a comfortable lead against President Trump. Pollster Frank Lund says many of those conducting the surveys simply don't understand the Trump supporter.
You have to tell them you will no longer be forgotten. You will no longer be ignored. Your voice will be heard. And when they hear that, then they want to participate. Then they want to help the process because then they feel like they're doing something.
He says without that understanding, many Trump voters will refuse to participate, thinking that pollsters are part of the media. The new surge of coronavirus cases is putting a new strain on supplies of personal protective equipment. Bloomberg's Nathan Hager reports.
In Michigan, for example, nearly 2 in 3 health systems have a less than 3-week supply of one or more types of protective gear. The state health department recommends a 90-day supply. Dow Jones reports 3M is on track to produce nearly 100 million masks a month. Other companies have added capacity for at least 20 million N95 masks per month, but manufacturers say that's still not enough. In Washington, I'm Nathan Hager, Bloomberg Radio.
The U.S. has formally left the Paris Agreement, a global pact forged 5 years ago to avert the threat of catastrophic climate change. Today's move was triggered by the Trump administration a year ago. It has no immediate impact on international efforts to curb global warming. There are still 189 countries that remain committed to the 2015 accord. Global news 24 hours a day, on air and on Bloomberg Quick Take, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. I'm Nancy Lyons. Now let's check in with Charlie Pellet for a business flash.
Thank you very much, Nancy Lyons. We've got 44 minutes to go ahead of the closing bell. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ, yes, higher, but well off their session highs. That wild election night, you heard it on Bloomberg Radio and television, sowed confusion across U.S. markets. Investors today frantically bidding up stocks, sending major averages to the biggest rallies in almost 6 months. Investors growing more confident that the tightly contested outcome will ensure key elements of the bull market do remain intact for many years to come. We've got the S&P up now by 80, a gain of 2.4%. The Dow up 459, up by 1.7%. Again, well off session highs now. NASDAQ up 418. That's a gain of 3.75%. 10-year yield 0.75%. Gold is down 0.5%, 18.98 the ounce. West Texas Intermediate crude up 3.6%, 39.01 a barrel. Again, recapping, a rally underway. S&P up 80, up by 2.4%. I'm Charlie Pellet. That's a Bloomberg Business Flash. Once again, here's Carol Masser.
All right, Charlie Pellet, thank you so much. You are listening to Bloomberg Business Week. Time for Bloomberg Green. It is brought to you by PGIM, the investment management business of Prudential, committed to better outcomes for ESG investments. Join the pursuit of outperformance at PGIM. Learn more at pgim.com. Well, as you just heard before Charlie, Nancy Lyons mentioning that it's official, and I'm not talking about the U.S. election outcome. Instead, I'm talking about how the U.S. has formally exited the Paris Climate Agreement thanks to President Trump's withdrawal just 1 year ago today. So writing about that in this week's Bloomberg Green segment is Will Wade, Power and Renewable Energy Editor at Bloomberg News. He's on the phone in New York City. Hey, Will, good to have you here. 1 year ago, it feels like 10 years ago, to be quite honest. But it's a big deal. And I do wonder how you think the election maybe and the election outcome factors into kind of what the U.S.'s role is when it comes to climate change.
Well, the election's going to have a really big say in the direction of U.S. climate policy. Obviously, Trump has spent the past 4 years promoting fossil fuels and denying climate science, and there's no reason to think that'll change if he's reelected. Biden has proposed a huge green energy plan, and he's said several times, if he is elected, he will rejoin the Paris Agreement on day one.
Is it so easy to just say, hey, I'm sorry, my predecessor didn't like it, we got out of it, but we want back in? Will we be, the United States, that is, welcomed with open arms?
It pretty much is that easy.
Okay.
He has to formally notify the UN, and it takes 30 days before we're back in. It was designed to be a lot harder to leave than it is to get back in. You had to give 3 years notice to exit.
Okay, so that's interesting to know in terms of logistics. Well, talk to us about what the U.S. needs to do as a nation, as a global leader, what their role needs to be in terms of climate change. Because we know it's not like you close a border off between two nations when it comes to your impact on the environment. So what role does the U.S. need to play here?
Well, the rest of the world really looks to the United States for leadership, or at least they have in the past. That role has kind of diminished in the past several years. When you're part of the Paris Agreement, it's completely voluntary. Every country just sets their own goal and says, we will reduce our emissions this much by this date. And it's self-enforced, but partly by peer pressure, in fact. So in the 4 years of the Trump administration, when we have not been working to reduce emissions, everybody else has. So we can't just go back in and say, all right, we're here and we are going to meet the same targets that we had 5 years ago when we signed it. Other countries have been much more aggressive, and they're going to expect us to step up as well.
Well, and now I wonder, though, okay, let's assume if indeed, and I should point out that we just saw another headline cross the Bloomberg that the Trump campaign is taking legal action in the vote outcome for Pennsylvania. So these lawsuits continue. Yeah. So, and to be fair, we don't know yet who will be in the White House come January, but we do know that it wasn't a blue sweep, and we know that it will still be, the Republicans probably in control, I believe it is. I just didn't look at the latest numbers, in control of the Senate. So what does that mean, though, for potentially a Biden White House, but doesn't necessarily have a Congress that is going to go along with all that it might want to do, that he might want to do when it comes to the environment and climate change? How might that prevent the U.S. from being maybe as aggressive as it would like to be on climate change?
Well, we had the same dynamic under the last years of the Obama administration, and Obama was very aggressive about climate policy, but he also had a Congress that was resisting his efforts, and you'll see that most of what he got done was done through through executive action.
Right.
And that's why, in fact, it's been relatively easy for Trump to undo all of that through executive action. And, by the same token, Biden could then start redoing it all by executive action. So the advantage is that it's easy. The disadvantage is that it's not enduring.
Right, exactly. It's not a policy that sits in place. What about in terms of, all right, well, so then let's talk about what Biden might do, since we've already gotten certainly 4 years of understanding what President Trump might do in another 4 years, right? He's promoted fossil fuels. You write about this. He's rolled back environmental regulations. He's not really been respectful in terms of climate science. So what would potentially a Joe Biden White House do when it comes to climate change policies? What might we anticipate, and if it's, even if it's done through executive actions?
Well, as I said, he's already promised to rejoin the Paris Agreement immediately.
Right.
And one of his big things was putting out a plan to get a completely carbon-free electricity system by 2035. That's not actually very far. It's 15 years. Now, that's different from a completely carbon-free economy. It's just the power grid, but it's still a big deal because power plants are the biggest source of emissions. And he also has said that he'd aim for a carbon-free U.S. economy by 2050. And that would actually put us, in the good graces of the rest of the world, because we've seen every other member of the group of 7 nations has a net zero target. China, in just the past month, set a net zero target. Theirs is 2060. Japan and South Korea just did the same thing a few weeks ago. So at this point, just over half of global emissions are covered with pledges to achieve net zero targets and eradicate them.
I have to say, when you say these things, well, 2015 to me seems like a long time away. And maybe I'm putting on the hat of my 17-year-old who says, why can't you guys do this now? Is it soon enough? You guys study it, write about the impact that climate change is having on our world. Is that soon enough, though, to kind of protect our environment?
Probably not. Most of the climate scientists, when the Paris Deal was first signed, looked at the targets that every country had said and said, well, that's a good start, but it's not going to be good enough. The scientists have agreed that we need to keep the planet from warming by 2 degrees Celsius from the Industrial Revolution, or else really we're going to have hurricanes and floods and wildfires all the time. And we're not on track for that. And they've actually said 1.5 degrees will be even a whole lot better, and we're definitely not on track for that. The promising thing is that, aside from the United States, so many countries have actually really increased their targets. For example, just in September, the EU changed their target. They initially were hoping to get emissions down 40% by 2030, and now their target is 55%. So that's a big.
That's a lot more aggressive. Yeah, I do wonder if those targets are going to start moving. Certainly, as we see, like a year like this year, just look at California fires and all the storms that have been hitting the Gulf Coast. Hey, Will, great to check in with you. Will Wade, Power and Renewable Energy Editor at Bloomberg News. You can read more stories on climate news, science, and the environment. Just go to bloomberg.com/green. You're listening to Bloomberg Business Week. I'm Carol Masser. Coming up, we're going to check in on the chart of the day and then count you down to the closing bell on this post-election Wednesday. This is Bloomberg. And in case you missed it, check out our latest Business Week podcast. We talked with Spencer Critchley, author of Patriots of New Nations, Why Trump Was Inevitable and What Happens Next. Download it now at Bloomberg.com or wherever you get your podcasts. It is 3:29 on Wall Street. That means it's time for Land Rover Drive Time Traffic. We do it every 15 minutes. Brought to you by your tri-state area Land Rover retailers. Test drive the new Defender today. Land Rover, above and beyond. All right, Ed Kalegi, Northern State Parkway. What are you seeing?
Right now, Carol, an accident on the Northern State eastbound at Post Avenue, exit 32. Delays there for about 20 minutes of IU Willits Road at exit 30. The westbound side is a bit slow getting through that area. Stop and go delays the Whitestone Expressway right now after a broken down car was cleared northbound by the Cross Island Parkway. Traveling over in Manhattan, some pretty heavy delays on the east side of town after a couple of accidents on the FDR and the Harlem River Drive. Looks like northbound slow 70s, essentially on up. Southbound slow the RFK back down to the 40s. The ride traveling over on the west side, getting slower from the mid-70s on up to the bridge. Holland Tunnel less than 5 both ways. Looks like the Lincoln Tunnel is fine. No major issues once you get to the George Washington Bridge. There is still the midday construction in place. And the Garden State Parkway southbound slow near exit 138. The Bloomberg 1130 3-day weather forecast. The rest of today, sunshine, high near 65. Tonight, clear, low 45 to 50. Thursday, partly sunny, high 60 to 65. Friday, mostly sunny, high near 65. Right now in Central Park, it is sunny, and we're up to 65 degrees. With the best ride in and out of the city, I'm Ed Kalegi, and this is Bloomberg 1130. Bloomberg Business Week continues.
Broadcasting live to New York, Bloomberg 1130. To Washington, D.C., Bloomberg 99.1. To Boston, Bloomberg 106.1. To San Francisco, Bloomberg 960. To the country, Sirius XM Channel 119. And around the globe, the Bloomberg Business app and BloombergRadio.com. This is Bloomberg Business Week.
Yes, indeed. It is Bloomberg Business Week. It is Wednesday. I'm Carol Massar. Coming up, we're going to check into the chart of the day. We'll do that with Dave Wilson in just a moment. All right, let's get back to your top business stories. Charlie Pellet, what's going on?
What's going on? We got 28 minutes to go ahead of the closing bell. What's going on? Fading rally still. So we are looking at stocks decidedly in the green, very much so, but again, well off our session highs. Right now, the S&P is up 79, higher by 2.4%. The Dow's up 437, up by 1.6%. And we've got NASDAQ up 414 points for NASDAQ. That is a gain right now of just about 3.7%. So the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ, all advancing right now. 10-year yield 0.76%. Gold is down 0.6%, $18.98 the ounce. West Texas Intermediate crude up 3.6%, $39.02 a barrel. After a wild election night sowed confusion across U.S. markets, investors today frantically bidding up stocks, sending major averages to the biggest rallies in 5 months. Got to stay with Bloomberg right through the closing bell to see where things wind up and, of course, how Asian stocks react tonight on Daybreak Asia. Hilton Worldwide Holdings shares rising after a recovery in summer travel demand helped the company report better than expected results in the third quarter. Hilton said its net loss was $81 million, less than the $85 million loss analysts were expecting. Regional resorts and roadside hotels outperformed urban properties over the summer months in the U.S. as cooped-up travelers embarked on road trips and domestic vacations after COVID-19 lockdowns lifted. Right now, Hilton Worldwide shares, they are advancing by 2.9%. Rival Marriott International up 1.4%. Hyatt reports after the closing bell. Hyatt shares lower now by 1.2%. One brief sports note, 49ers have shut down their facility following a positive test for the coronavirus, but are still scheduled to play Green Bay tomorrow night as of now. I'm Charlie Pellet. That's a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right. I know it continues to be tough for the sports franchises. All right. Hey, Charlie, thank you so much. You're listening to Bloomberg Business Week, and this is Bloomberg. I can't believe Dave Wilson.
What?
I can't believe I can't think of who this is. I know who it is.
I can't believe it either.
Oh, gosh. I'm like, listen, I blame. I only got a few hours of sleep.
Yeah, okay.
All right, help me out.
Let's see.
Oh, wait.
We also did a song called In Your Eyes, which may be familiar.
I love that song. It's not Phil Collins, is it?
No.
No, of course it's...
He was in a band with Phil Collins.
It's Genesis.
That was the band. But this is the solo one.
This is, I can't do it. Peter Gabriel. Sorry. Yeah.
You were on the right track.
I love it.
Sometimes the words just don't come out.
You know what? I'm like, yeah. Well, I'm just my brain isn't working. In your eyes is
sleep. I'm not surprised.
In Your Eyes is a really great song. It's a fave. So thank you for doing it. So tell me. So okay, make the connection here.
Big time. This is what we're talking about here. Individual investors are kind of looking big time even today. When you consider the performance of the kinds of shares they favor. Now, Goldman Sachs has what's called a retail favorites index that they started this year. You know, the kind of companies that tend to get a lot of attention from individual investors. Think Tesla as an example there. As of yesterday, this index was up 42% for the year.
Nice.
Yeah, absolutely. Compare that with where hedge funds favorites, what Goldman calls VIPs, they have an index for those as well. They were up 23%. The index they have for hedge funds includes dividends. It's a total return index. So, the gap is even wider when you kind of make at least a mental adjustment for that difference. And then there's also a mutual fund favorites index. And as of yesterday, it was up 2.7%. It wasn't even keeping up with the Russell 3000 index.
Nice picking, right?
Yeah, not so good. I mean, if you kind of look at it from that perspective, I guess maybe a lot of investors going for those value stocks, which have struggled for years, I suppose.
Yeah.
In any case, I mean, it's an interesting kind of comparison in this maelstrom that we've seen this year with the ups and downs, or maybe the downs and ups, considering what's happened over the course of the year with stocks, and then all the upheaval brought on by the presidential election and all the rest. I mean, it's the small investors that are looking big time at this point, all these bigger investors, the institutions, the people get paid a lot of money to figure out which stocks to own and not to own. They're not even keeping up, which is saying something.
Which is really remarkable, right? Because you're basically saying, listen, just the average Joe or Jane, right? The small investor making their picks versus sophisticated, lots of computer models and all that good stuff, investors, the regular guys and gals just did better.
Yeah, I mean, it may be a 2020 phenomenon. This Goldman Retail Favorites Index hasn't been around that long, so there really isn't much to compare against. If you go back a couple of years, maybe the equation's completely different. But, let's face it, we think about apps like Robinhood and others that kind of have promoted stock trading, and we've seen this phenomenon during the pandemic. When sports were paused, people were trading stocks because they wanted something to gamble on, in essence. So, we are living in different times, no question. And if you want to know more, folks, send me an email. I'll get you the chart, the explanation that goes with it, and everything I do going forward. The email address is dwilson@bloomberg.net. That's dwilson@bloomberg.net.
I also do wonder, I can't wait to see what 2021 is like, especially if the markets calm down, because we've had so much volatility, right, which makes a market kind of fun to trade, or all of a sudden, you can make incredible amounts of money. You can also lose a lot of money when the market swings so much. And I do wonder, Dave, in a more kind of calmer year, whether things change.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if you see this chart, you can see that the gap really widened out between, the retail favorites and the rest after stocks hit their lows in March. So, if you don't get that kind of a move to take advantage of, how is that going to change the equation when you look across the investor spectrum and try and figure out who's doing well and who isn't?
Could I just say, though, Goldman, a little mud on your face, just a little bit.
Yeah, maybe so.
Okay.
But at least they give us the indexes, so, you got to give them their due.
I know, and exactly. You're much more the diplomat than I am. All right, Dave Wilson, thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Dave Wilson with his chart of the day. So check it out. It's out on Twitter at the One Dave. Just taking a quick check on the markets. We're going to count you down to the closing bell on this Wednesday because, as Charlie said earlier, and our whole team did, crazy overnight into the morning hours, but we definitely have a rally underway on this Wednesday. We're just kind of off our highs of the session, but still up about 2.3% on the S&P 500, so good for a gain of about 77 points. Dow's up 425 points. It is up about 1.6%. NASDAQ, once again, those names in the NASDAQ, really a lot of momentum out there, up almost 4%, up about 419 points. All right, let's get back to world and national news. For that, once again, over to Nancy Lyons in D.C. Hi, Nancy.
Hey, Carol. Still no clear winner yet in the presidential election, but Democratic presidential hopeful Joe Biden has picked up Wisconsin this afternoon, reversing President Trump's upset there in 2016. We are still waiting for results in Nevada, North Carolina, Georgia, Pennsylvania, and Michigan. Michigan, a state where the Secretary of State, Jocelyn Benson, is vowing that every vote will be counted.
Now, these ballots were cast by tens of thousands of Michigan citizens who have the right to have their vote counted. And we're going to make sure that right is protected. We're going to ensure that the results of our elections accurately reflect every single valid vote that was cast.
The Trump campaign wants Michigan's count to stop. Campaign manager Bill Stepien says they were denied access to observe the opening of ballots, and the counting should be paused until they have that access. They're also suing to stop Pennsylvania's vote count over what they say is the lack of transparency. Maine Senator Susan Collins has won re-election. The 23-year incumbent spoke with supporters after receiving a concession call from Sarah Gideon.
What an extraordinary honor it is to represent the great state of Maine and to know that I will have the opportunity to serve all of Maine for the next 6 years.
Collins was considered one of the most vulnerable Republicans since she represents a mostly Democratic state. Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell, fresh off his victory in Kentucky, says he wants a new economic stimulus package passed before the end of this year. Global news 24 hours a day on air and on Bloomberg Quick Take, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. I'm Nancy Lyons. This is Bloomberg.
All right, got it, Nance. Thank you so much. You're listening to Bloomberg Business Week. Carol Massar, along with Charlie Pellet. You've been talking about these names. Charlie, whoa, Uber's up 14%, and Lyft, I was just going to pull it up. I mean, these two names have been rallying big time, and it all had to do with the election outcome, or at least a specific ballot that happened in California. Yeah, Lyft is up about, 12%?
Yeah, it was Proposition 22 out in California, Carol, and one of our columnists here at Bloomberg, Noah Smith, summed it up nicely by saying the gig economy lives another day. You got to understand, this was a must-win for the business model for the gig economy, specifically Uber and Lyft, two stocks you're talking about today. But a lot of industry money behind this. The initiative was crafted, bankrolled by gig economy companies to exempt their workers from a new law designed to give them employee benefits. So it depends on who you listen to in this. Employee flexibility, or are these people exploited and working without benefits?
Yeah, I think, listen, this is going to be a debate we're going to have for some time. You know, do the people who work for Uber and Lyft, do they treat it as their main job? Is it just a part-time job? And so do they not care so much about the benefits and like the flexibility? Or is it these people are doing it full-time, and it just says a lot about our economy and how labor, right, and the labor market has kind of evolved and changed, and we've got to make sure that these are people that don't have safety nets when it comes to healthcare and benefits. If anything, COVID-19 has shown us you got to make sure it's there.
On the other hand, and as you pointed out, they've got time and flexibility, and therein lies the big question. Now, all of this, the reason we're talking about it is that it is just incredibly important, because it's not just what happens in California, which is where all of this came to a head, but other states around the country dealing with this very issue. New York, Illinois, other locations too, and they're going to be having these kind of issues come up in the not too distant future.
Kind of fascinating too. You're right. As you mentioned, I think New York, Illinois, and other states have also considered, you know, really kind of upping those labor protections in the gig economy. So you do wonder, so goes California, does so go the rest of the country, and especially as this becomes a bigger part of how people are increasingly working. All right, Charlie Pellet, thank you so much. You are listening to Bloomberg Business Week. I'm Carol Massar, and this is Bloomberg.
markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and at Bloomberg Quick Take. This is a Bloomberg Business
From
Flash.
Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. 13 minutes to go ahead of the closing bell. The day after the election, stocks and bonds rally as election bets get retooled. S&P right now up 80 points off session highs, but a gain of 2.4%. The Dow's up 453 points, up 1.7%. And NASDAQ is up 426 points. That is a gain now of just about 3.8%. 10-year yield, 0.76%. Gold is down 0.4%, 1,995 the ounce. And West Texas Intermediate crude up 3.5%, 38.97 a barrel. And to be clear with the gold quote there's a decimal in there, 1901 and 13 cents. I'm Charlie Pellet. That's a Bloomberg Business Flash.
I'm driving in my car. I turn on the radio.
How about you let me drive?
Oh, no. Who's gonna drive you home? Honey, please, I'll do the driving. Drive on. Excuse me, I want to drive.
Just drive, baby.
It's the question that drives us.
This is the drive to the close.
That funky music will drive us till the dawn.
On Bloomberg Radio.
Yes, indeed, it is time for the drive to the close. We do have equity markets rallying, coming off our highs of the session, but nonetheless some pretty decent gains, certainly if you're a bull in this market. Back with us is Ernesto Ramos. He leads the portfolio management and research teams for all equity strategies over at BMO Global Asset Management. And they've got roughly $270 billion in assets under management. Ernesto, back with us on the phone from Chicago. Nice to have you here with us. How late did you stay up?
Hi, Carol. It's great to talk to you again. I actually couldn't take it so I went to bed early, and I woke up this morning to check results quite early too. Yeah, it looks like we have a divided win here. If Biden hangs on, which it looks like he might, and a Senate in Republican hands, which is what we didn't anticipate. We anticipated the blue wave, but this was our second highest probability scenario, so that came to fruition.
All right, so you guys worked it all out. So what does it mean for then the financial markets? I mean, equity markets certainly weighing in today, despite being kind of erratic later, but I understand, last night and into the wee hours, because a lot of things kind of kept changing to some extent. Does the rally make sense to you today?
If you look at the action here, we think a lot of it has to do with unwinding trades that we're anticipating a blue wave. You saw that the whole month of October and early November was a cyclical value rally, which anticipated we think anticipated a big infrastructure package spend from a Biden Senate and a Biden presidency. We're clearly not going to get that, so I think it's a lot of unwinding of that, and that's why secular growth and healthcare, because the public option is probably off the table now for the market. So that's why healthcare is rallying. But you see the secular growth doing very well, the cyclicals and more value not doing as well, and basically we think it's an unwind of that position that took place for the last month and a week, if you want to.
But I do wonder what it means in terms of, okay, so if we've got a Republican Senate, we've got a mixed Congress, and if we do end up with Joe Biden in the White House. But again, let's just remind everybody, the race has yet to be called, and we've got lawsuits certainly coming. We've seen more headlines from the Trump campaign. But I do wonder, especially when it comes to stimulus, if we have an economy that's going to need some assistance and we don't get the biggest package that we need, I do wonder the impact that's going to have on the economy, and ultimately it's going to have an impact on what goes on in the financial markets. It ultimately will show up there. So are you thinking about that? Are you worried about that?
As a matter of fact, yeah, we are thinking about that. We are a little bit more bearish on growth than we would have been with a blue wave, just from the pure simple math that you just explained. When you have a $4 trillion, let's say a $4 trillion fiscal package, you're going to get a lot of government spending, a lot of infrastructure projects that will accelerate growth. Now you have a divided Congress. You probably also might get a little bit more of a shutdown to deal with the pandemic, given that Biden is more prone to doing some stuff like that than the Republicans were. So net, we think there's a slight negative effect short term for the economy. Now, there's a positive longer term, which is if we get a better handle on the pandemic because we do things in a more systematic, coordinated, and effective way dealing with that long term will pay off. But in the short and medium term, call it the next, 3 to 6 months, we might have a negative in the fact that you don't get that package. Now, hopefully the consumer gets some relief in terms of additional employment benefits and the second round of PPE, but that's probably also going to be toned down from what it would have been had we had a united Democratic president in the Senate. So because Biden will still have to deal with Mitch McConnell and the Republicans in the Senate who are going to be less inclined to give him what he wants had it been Trump asking for it or had it been a Republican Senate being the one to give it to them.
All right. So in a crazy year, it's politics probably as usual. So that's interesting and to be expected. Hey, let's talk about a couple of names. I know our listeners like to get into it. Costco is a name that you like. I guess it makes sense, right? Because consumers continue to shop there, and they will increasingly so, even if there's a shutdown again.
Yeah, so the low volatility portfolio, the BMO low volatility portfolio is the perfect portfolio for this kind of situation where you have potential additional shutdowns, potential additional stay at home, not necessarily the strongest cyclical growth. And so these are consumer defensive names like your Costco's of the world, your Kroger's of the world, your AutoZones of the world, where people do self-repairs because they don't have a lot of excess money, a little bit of defensiveness by holding a company like Newmont, which gives you exposure to gold. When the markets go down, that helps you out. But really, it is a defensive portfolio. And the other thing that it does protect against its volatility, not only does it reduce the exposure to the economic cycle, but it also dampens the moves up and down of your portfolio relative to what the market is doing. So on a day like today, we're going to lag, but on a day when the market is down hard, we're going to do a whole lot better than the market. And that's exactly the purpose behind the low risk approach.
What do you think about PepsiCo? Is it a similar idea or a little bit different? I know you also get a little bit of a dividend there as well.
Oh, not to mention all of the names that we own basically in this portfolio, with a few exceptions, pay nice dividends because they're made up of stable, mature companies that have very strong operating fundamentals, but are not growing at the rate that they need to, all their capital to be reinvested in their own business. So they pay nice dividends. So our portfolio dividend rate is higher than that of any of the benchmarks. And that's one of the benefits of owning, an additional benefit, and especially good in this environment with such low yields in the bond market, that this is almost a bond-like in terms of income portfolio.
Yeah, I'm hearing that from more and more investors, and I'm assuming then that's also so Pepsi obviously with a dividend, Walmart also, which has got a nice little, it's got a decent dividend as well. Stock's also up about 20% this year.
Yeah, and this, again, Walmart is not only a good stay-at-home name, but it's also one of the very few companies that's competing effectively against Amazon in the online space.
Yeah.
So it's got a lot of good things going for it: the dividend, the competition against Amazon, the stay-at-home nature of it, and the fact that it's a staples at the end of the day type of name. So you want to stay exposed to equities, but we think we ought to do it in a relatively defensive way because given the things you've seen in the last few months. And the fact that the economy hasn't really followed the market as much as we would like it to.
All right, gonna leave it. Ernesto, I got to jump in because we're running down the clock here. Ernesto Ramos over at BMO Global Asset Management joining us on the phone in Chicago. Stick around. We're just a few minutes away from the closing bell.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and at Bloomberg Quick Take. This is a Bloomberg Business
From Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. There you have it. Sound of the closing bell at the New York Stock Exchange as we wrap up trading on this Wednesday, November 4th, 2020, the day after the election. This update brought to you by Witham, a forward-thinking advisory and accounting firm helping clients to be in a position of strength in the new reality of business. Learn about their innovative solutions by visiting witham.com. Stocks advanced today, finishing well off session highs. Stocks and bonds rallied as election bets got retooled after a wild election night sowed confusion across markets. Investors frantically bid up stocks today, sending major averages to the biggest rallies in 5 months. S&P at the close up 74, up by 2.2%. The Dow advanced 369 points, up 1.4%. Nasdaq up 430 points, higher by 3.9%. 10-year yield 0.76% this Wednesday. Gold down 0.2%, 19.04 the ounce. And West Texas Intermediate crude up 3.4%, 38.94 barrel. So it was an up day on Wall Street. Ernesto Ramos is portfolio manager at BMO Global Asset Management. He says today's rally was also about unwinding earlier trades.
You saw that the whole month of October and early November was a cyclical value rally, which anticipated a big infrastructure package spend from a Biden Senate and a Biden presidency. We're clearly not going to get that, so I think it's a lot of unwinding of that.
Indeed, today we did see construction-related stocks tumble. Today, Vulcan Materials, for example, ticker VMC, down 9.2%. Martin Marietta Materials dropped today by 8.1%, and shares of United Rental lowered today by 11.05%. One of today's big winners, Biogen shares surged after documents prepared for an FDA advisory panel concerning the company's experimental Alzheimer's drug were released. Its shares up today by 44%. I'm Charlie Pellet. That's a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Wild thing, think you move me. I got a few moves I know you'll like.
Shaking all over. Bloomberg Business Week. Movers and shakers.
Shaken, not stirring.
On Bloomberg Radio.
Yes, indeed. It is time to take a look at some of the industries and sectors on the move. I'm Carol Masser here on Bloomberg Radio. Joining me is Bloomberg News cross-asset reporter Sarah Ponzek. And Sarah, I just want to do a quick check on kind of our big picture here because it was a pretty broad-based broad-based rally. I keep telling everybody my excuse is I only had a few hours of sleep. I was up watching the election. S&P 500, kind of an even split though. 236 names in the index, higher today, 267 lower, 3 unchanged. What did you make of the trade? I mean, it was fascinating to kind of watch last night into the wee hours and then to ultimately see how stocks played out here in the U.S.
It absolutely was. I was up with you last night, and where we really saw that tone change was once we started to see that Florida wasn't looking as great for Biden. We saw plenty of volatility last night. Stock futures were higher, then lower, then higher, then lower, then ended higher. And we come into today, and it's pretty unbelievable to see the rally that we are seeing, considering that when you look at the election outcome, of course, we are still awaiting it. It's looking less likely that we are going to get that blue wave that Wall Street was pricing in. Yet,
which made them nervous.
Right, which made them nervous.
Right.
But the expectation was, well, we would see this blue wave, we would get plenty of fiscal stimulus, trillions and trillions of dollars, and that would really reinstate this reflation trade where you would see risk assets move higher, you would see bond yields move higher. Well, we did not get that, and even still, markets indisputably acted well today. Today was the best first day reaction for the S&P 500 post any election day in history. Just to give you some sense there, the S&P up 2.2% and the
I'm placing an order to buy euro at 117.183. Order placed to buy euro at 117.183. Let's see. Maybe it will get executed right now. No, probably not. Okay. Movement, some movement. Okay, position opened at 117, 183.
In the after hours just came out with their earnings, and I'm looking at the forecast, which is what a lot of investors care about. First quarter revenue looking at 7.8 to 8.6 billion. The estimate, Sarah, that's out there is 7.2 billion. So you can see why investors are kind of upbeat about it. The CEO saying markets are stronger than thought. Says emerging market phone demand rebounded. We've got the CEO making some conversations in a phone interview, talking with our Bloomberg News team. Fourth quarter adjusted EPS was $1.45. That was 25 cents better than forecast. So again, let me just do a quick check because I love this space. I mean, Qualcomm's up 46%. That whole semi space we know has been on fire.
And I'm checking this right now with the gain that we are seeing right now in after hours of about 2%. This would deposit Qualcomm at a new record high. So an unbelievable run for Qualcomm. Certainly a different type of tech stock than the likes of Amazon, Microsoft, Apple, Facebook that really led the gains today. But still, tech across the board has just been crushing it this year.
Well, what's everybody saying about tech? I mean, go back a couple of days ago, last week, everybody was giving up, after tech earnings, and then all of a sudden the tech trade, okay, we're all in on it now.
Now everyone's saying, look, you can't bet against tech. On the one side, it's the reflation trade that we mentioned. If we are not seeing the reflation trade, and I will point out that the last I looked, the Russell 2000 actually closed in the red today. So quite an unbelievable gap between that and the NASDAQ 100. Also, value today had its worst day if you measure it by looking at the Russell 1000 indexes. Worst day versus growth since 2001. So that growth trade is certainly back on, at least for today. You have the reflation side of the trade. On top of that, also the idea that if you do have a split Congress, if you still do have Republicans in the Senate, which is expected now, then maybe it's likely that we won't actually see too much antitrust regulation come down to the pipeline to break up big tech.
So, Kiddo, here's your Russell. It was up 1% at a tie, down almost 1% at its low. It ended just up a hair, 0.05%, so call it flat on the day, the Russell.
Flat on the day, but when you say flat on the day compared to a day when the NASDAQ 100 is up 4.4%. I mean, that is quite the doozy. I mean, that's a very large underperformance.
Yeah, exactly. All right, good stuff as always. Get some sleep tonight. I hope
you
too. Get some sleep. All right, Sarah Ponczak, our Bloomberg News cross-asset reporter, joining us to talk about the close here. You're listening to Bloomberg Business Week, and this is Bloomberg.
All right, Dave, you're up. Hi, my name is Dave.
Wilson, where are you? Wilson!
Just what do you think you're doing, Dave?
We're going for the price on Wilson.
Open up the door, it's Dave. Who? Dave.
Hey, Mr. Wilson! Hey, Mr. Wilson. In a generally overall upward moving market day when it came to equities, you actually found a name that saw some selling.
I sure did, and took a hit because of it. It's Tabula Rasa Healthcare. Now, Tabula Rasa is Latin for blank slate, or if you like, new beginning. That's how the company defines it anyway, the new beginning idea. It's a healthcare software provider whose products help manage risks related to medications and handle back office services. Tabula Rasa was founded in 2009 and went public in 2016. The ticker is TRHC. Now, the shares surged more than eightfold from their initial price to set a record in September 2018. Since then, they've given back most of the gain. Tabula Rasa's retreat accelerated after third quarter results came out late yesterday. The company reported its first adjusted loss and a first decline in revenue since going public. Analysts expected a profit and sales growth. Based on the average estimates of the Bloomberg survey, Tabula Rasa cited coronavirus-related delays in 2 health plan contracts, among other issues. The results sent the company's shares to their lowest price since January 2018. They closed with a loss of more than 16%.
Yeah, interesting to see that name. And just a reminder that even in a market that seems like everything's heading higher, it's still individuals, company and stock stories here, Dave.
Yeah, absolutely. And in this case, it's more of the same. Tabula Rasa now down 36% for the year.
Wow, that's a really, really big beat, really big pain to the downside there. Dave Wilson, I do wonder how you think, we're going to continue to see these headlines when it comes to elections, states, legal cases. I mean, how does that continue to impact the markets here?
Well, it's going to be something that people are obviously paying a lot of attention to. But as long as sort of the scenario as it's laid out at this point, with Biden being ahead in the count, doesn't change in any meaningful way with all these legal challenges,
right?
Then you have to wonder whether investors kind of take it in stride and go on.
All right, Dave Wilson,
at this point, they know there are going to be issues that come up.
All right.
It's not like it really changes the equation.
Dave, I got to take everybody to Joe Biden. He's at the Chase Center in Wilmington, Delaware, live. Let's listen in.
Yesterday, once again proved that democracy is the heartbeat of this nation. Just as it has been the heartbeat of this nation for 2 centuries. And even in the face of a pandemic, more Americans voted this election than ever before in American history. Over 150 million people cast their votes. I think that's just extraordinary. And if we had any doubts, we shouldn't have any longer about a government of, by, and for the people. It's very much alive in America. Here, the people rule. Power can't be taken or asserted. It flows from the people. And it's their will that determines who will be the President of the United States, and their will alone. And now, after a long night of counting, it's clear that we're winning enough states to reach 270 electoral votes needed to win the presidency. I'm not here to declare that we've won, but I am here to report when the count is finished, we believe we will be the winners. With all the votes counted, we have won Wisconsin by 20,000 votes, virtually the same margin that President Trump won that state 4 years ago. In Michigan, we lead by over 35,000 votes, and it's growing. A substantially bigger margin than President Trump won Michigan in 2016. Michigan will complete its vote soon, maybe as early as today. And I feel very good about Pennsylvania. Virtually all the remaining ballots to be counted were cast by mail. And we've been winning 78% of the votes by mail in Pennsylvania. We've flipped Arizona and the 2nd District of Nebraska. Of special significance to me is that we've won with the majority of the American people. And every indication is that that majority will grow. We have a popular vote lead of nearly 3 million votes, and every indication is that will grow as well. Indeed, Senator Harris and I are on track to win more votes than any ticket in the history of this country that ever won the presidency and vice presidency. Over 70 million votes. I'm very proud of our campaign. Only 3 presidential campaigns in the past have defeated an incumbent president. When it's finished, God willing, we'll be the 4th. This is a major achievement. This is a major achievement. And it's been a long and difficult campaign, but it's been a more difficult time for our country, a hard time. We've had hard campaigns before. We've faced hard times before. So once this election is finalized and behind us, it'll be time for us to do what we've always done as Americans, to put the harsh rhetoric of the campaign behind us, to lower the temperature, to see each other again, to listen to one another, to hear each other again, and respect and care for one another, to unite, to heal, to come together as a nation. I know this won't be easy. I'm not naive. Neither of us are. I know how deep and hard the opposing views are in our country on so many things. But I also know this as well. To make progress, we have to stop treating our opponents as enemies. We are not enemies. What brings us together as Americans is so much stronger than anything that can tear us apart. So let me be clear. We are campaigning as a Democrat, but I will govern as an American president. The presidency itself is not a partisan institution. It's the one office in this nation that represents everyone. And it demands a duty of care for all Americans. That is precisely what I will do. I will work as hard for those who didn't vote for me as I will for those who did vote for me. Now, every vote must be counted. No one's going to take our democracy away from us. Not now, not ever. America's come too far. America's fought too many battles. America's endured too much to ever let that happen. We, the people, will not be silenced. We, the people, will not be bullied. We, the people, will not surrender. My friends, I'm confident we'll emerge victorious. But this will not be my victory alone or our victory alone. It'll be a victory for the American people, for our democracy, for America. And there will be no blue states and red states when we win, just the United States of America. God bless you all, and may God protect our troops. Thank you.
All right, you've been listening to Vice President Joe Biden. I was just kind of waiting to see if he's taking some questions from anybody there, but it doesn't seem so. He spoke for about 5 minutes, of course, Chase Center, at the Chase Center in Wilmington, Delaware. Really, I think the main message of this, saying that he is confident, he and his team, that they will remain victorious after all the states are called. He does believe that they will have those 270 votes, electoral college votes, that will give him the White House. But his point was about saying, while he might have run as a candidate, as a Democrat, that the result as president, he will be an American and he will be ruling, not ruling, I should say, but running the country for everyone. No red, no blue states, he said specifically. I also thought it was interesting that he talked about an extraordinary turnout. We've talked about that a lot here at Bloomberg, and that a lot of people came out to vote specifically. I want to bring in our Bloomberg News White House correspondent, Josh Wingrove. So Josh, Vice President Joe Biden coming out looking very cool, calm, and collected, saying he expects to be victorious, but of course awaiting the outcome like everyone else. Quick speech, 5 minutes. Why did he do that?
Because Trump is trying to declare victory in crucial swing states that look like they're about to swing to Biden. There's sort of two speeches you can give in this kind of situation. One is like, we're feeling good about our chances, we want every vote to be counted, etc. Joe Biden gave a version of that speech last night, and kind of just now, Vice President Mike Pence gave a version of that speech last night, or I guess I should say early this morning. But Trump is declaring victory, in particular states, but also accusing or putting out accusations of fraud more broadly. So the Trump campaign today declared victory in Pennsylvania, where there are still 1 million votes to be counted. Those votes are mail ballots, disproportionately from Philadelphia and Pittsburgh. They are likely to skew heavily Democrat, and they will make this a close race, if not a Biden lead in that state. Trump is suing to stop temporarily the counting of those ballots and is declaring victory in Pennsylvania. This is highly unusual. And so Biden, it seems, is coming out more or less to try to calm things down a little bit when his opponent is, with no real basis in fact, declaring victory in Pennsylvania, one of the crucial swing states. No network has called Pennsylvania. The state of Pennsylvania says it's still counting ballots. Pennsylvania is still in process. We do not know who has won it. President Trump could win it. Joe Biden could win it. We don't know. But it's all very unusual. But Biden right now needs either essentially Pennsylvania, Georgia, or Arizona. Any one of those three clinches it for Biden, because he's been called as the winner of Wisconsin, and it looks like he's going to win Michigan. He's already also been called as the winner of Arizona, but the Trump campaign disputes that. So if in fact he is, then he's already won this. But the Trump campaign, as I said, thinks it will actually win Arizona.
Right. Listen, it ultimately comes down to, once you have the vote count, it is what it is. Now, when there are really close elections, whether it's 0.5% or 1%, depending on the state, that is when a candidate can call for a recount, which might make the decision go on a little bit longer, correct?
Right, absolutely. So they're calling for recounts in Wisconsin, for instance, but even Scott Walker, who's an advisor to the president, doesn't think that's going to work out so well for them. I mean, Trump is calling for recounts in states where he's lost, but he's holding out for counting in states where he's trailing, like Arizona. And in states where he's winning, but there's still a bunch of ballots to be counted, he wants the ballot counting to end. So his position depends on the state that you're talking about.
Yeah, exactly. In what's already been an unusual election campaign year, it just gets a little bit funnier as each day goes by. All right, Josh, thanks so much. I know you've been a busy guy. Really appreciate checking in with you. Bloomberg News White House correspondent Josh Wingrove joining us on the phone. Now, despite all the uncertainty, or at least some uncertainty that still exists surrounding the U.S. election, some are saying there is a clear victor already, and that has to do with domestic cannabis companies. We definitely saw some of these stocks moving today, initially rallying, then we saw some selling, some concerns that it wasn't a blue wave, and that might make it a little bit tougher for the regulatory environment when it comes to cannabis. Let's see what Chris Beals has to say. He's the CEO of California-based Weed Maps. They provide tech and software used by cannabis consumers and businesses. He joins us on the phone in LA. Chris, nice to have you here with us. You've been doing this for a couple of decades, involved in this industry. Where are we in the evolution of cannabis, especially based on some of those ballot initiatives that we saw yesterday, certainly including in my home state here in New Jersey, where they passed recreational cannabis?
Yeah, thanks for having me. So,
sure.
I think really what we saw here was, I think probably kind of a landmark night in the sense that you had 5 different states pass unanimously ballot initiatives for cannabis legalization. I think it's worth noting that, while these ballot initiatives have passed, the hard part is actually still ahead, which is the states moving forward with legislation and the regulatory framework to support that.
Right.
But, that being said, I think there were fundamental messages that came out of this that I think actually implicate the shape and color in which cannabis legalization will occur moving forward. And undoubtedly, we already know New Jersey, which you specifically mentioned, it immediately puts a huge amount of pressure on New York, Connecticut, Pennsylvania, Maryland all move forward with adult use initiatives or sort of legalization regimes.
There is still, as you mentioned, a federal criminal statute against the industry. What's the likelihood that we get something done? Let's assume it is Joe Biden in the White House, but we still have a Congress that's split. I mean, what's the likelihood that we get anything done? We've been talking about, just looking at the stocks, that initially the rally because of what came out of the elections around the country, but then all of a sudden, because there were less Democrats who seemed to be more not sensitive, but more prone to be, more positive when it comes to doing some regulatory oversight, on cannabis. So I do wonder how you see it.
Yeah, I mean, I think one of the messages that came out incredibly clearly last night is there is widespread bipartisan support. When you look at South Dakota and Mississippi, deeply red states, in both of those states, in Mississippi's case, you had a medical ballot initiative pass with approaching sort of the 70%, or actually over a 70% yes vote, while at the same time sort of repudiating a ballot initiative put on by the state that would have limited or crippled the size of the medical system. Conversely, you had South Dakota not just move forward with adult or medical legalization, they also moved forward with adult use legalization in the face of the governor doing no advertisements on TV and that sort of thing. So I think at this point, one thing that could not be more clear is that whether you're a Republican or a Democrat, your constituents at this point are saying, we want to do this. We saw in Oklahoma when they went forward with legalization, you now have 2,600 retailers in the state of Oklahoma, a deeply red state. And so, as to your question about what happens if we assume that it's sort of Biden in the White House and then sort of a red Senate, what has traditionally prevented things from moving forward in the Senate has actually been at the committee level. So if you look at things like the SAFE Act, that was Senator Crepo from a Republican from Idaho was the chair of that committee, preventing it from moving on to a floor vote. If these things get to floor votes on the Senate, not only is there enough support once you look across the Republican and sort of Democratic caucuses, there's also the fact that with this last election that went through, you're now looking at, Republican senators who are now sitting in states, Mississippi, Oklahoma, Montana, South Dakota, that have all legalized cannabis.
So you think this year or 2021 more likely that something could potentially get done, or is it still a couple of years?
I think the power structure will be hard to see this year. I would say it's probably more likely in 2022 as sort of people sort out what's left among the ashes.
Yeah, it's fascinating. Hey, listen, great to catch up with you. Hopefully you can come back. I know we squeezed it a little bit because of Joe Biden talking and a lot going on, but hopefully we can catch up with you in the future soon. Chris, thank you so much. He is the CEO of Weed Maps, joining us on the phone from Los Angeles. And as we said, of course, it's the Senate seats, the congressional seats, it's the president, but there are a lot of issues that were on the ballot and initiatives that Americans were voting on, and that included those on the cannabis industry. I think we have now 15 states now allowing recreational cannabis and 17 allowing medicinal. You're listening to Bloomberg Business Week. I'm Carol Masser, and this is Bloomberg Radio.
Well, I'm placing a stop on profit for euro at 117.20.3. The reason I always trying to do with 0.3, 0.2, 0.1, it's just easier to collect profit. It's just round number. 17.20.3, it means £200 in profit if it will go back and basically will execute this order. So 1 pip, as you can see, worth £100. So 2 pips, it's 117.18. 2 pips, 1 pip, 19, 2 pips, 20.3. So this is how it works. Okay, you can use 1 pip, £30, quite popular. 50 pounds. You can use 10 pounds. In this case, you will have just in half an hour, in 1 hour, 20 pounds profit in 1 hour. If you will use just 10 pounds, 1 pip. Okay, this is how it works.
Shares of the chipmaker now rising more than 10% in extended trading, looking at Qualcomm up now by 10.8%. MetLife's private equity investments boosted earnings above analyst expectations in the third quarter despite a sluggish economy. MetLife after hours up now by just about 1%. Stocks and bonds rallied as election bets got retooled. 10-year yield sank the most since April. Gold prices slipped today. We did see the 10-year yield at 0.76%. The Dow Jones Industrial Average up today by 367 points. That was a gain of 1.3%. S&P up 74, higher by 2.2%. And NASDAQ up 430. That was a gain of just about 3.9%. So an update on Wall Street, we saw gold fall by 0.3%. Gold down $5.73 the ounce at 1903 West Texas Intermediate crude up 3.7%, 39.05 a barrel. Mixed election results do raise the likelihood of a divided Congress, part of the reason for today's rally. Again, after the bell, we did hear from Qualcomm delivering that upbeat forecast. Qualcomm shares up by just about 11%. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. So another election outcome trade happened today. We talked a little bit earlier and just in our last segment about the cannabis industry, but we also want to talk a little bit about the infrastructure trade. We did see steel stocks moving in today's session, taking a hit a little bit on the increasing likelihood that a Republican Senate and a Joe Biden victory will significantly dull a potential stimulus package. We've talked a lot about that over the last few hours. Let's get more, though, on this. Great to have back with us is Sean McCarthy, Managing Director and CEO at BAM, Build America Mutual. He joins us on the phone in New York City. Sean, it's been a couple of years, but it's nice to check in with you again. How are you?
Carol, I'm really well, thank you. Thank you for having me on the program this afternoon.
Well, it's great to have you here. I know it's been a nutty year, a tough year to say the least, but here we are the day after the election. We're still watching some headlines cross when it comes to some of the states specifically. What do you think, though, ultimately will be the election impact when it comes to something like infrastructure or the amount of stimulus that even states and municipalities can do on infrastructure programs?
So, it's interesting. Infrastructure starts at the state and local government level. And on the ballot yesterday, nationwide, there were $45 billion worth of initiatives for infrastructure projects. The vast majority of those were approved. Mm-hmm. So that's a good sign, particularly since the voters are nationwide experiencing COVID, and so there's been a lot of stresses on municipalities themselves. In Congress, the issue is going to be, will there be an infrastructure package going forward with the Senate, and whether Biden is the president or Trump continues to be the president? I think the issue is that there'll be some level of support. Already, Senator McConnell has indicated that he intends to have some level of stimulus, and whenever the election finally calms down, one way or the other, I think there'll be some level of stimulus that goes to address some of the stresses that are at the state and local level.
So what does it mean for your world and opportunities for investors as a result?
So So it's interesting, the bond insurance this year in the municipal market has had record volume. Insured bond sales have been up almost 60% year to date. And that's growing at a level that's twice as fast as the overall market. Now, what I see happening is that essential public purpose, so if you think about schools, roads, water and sewer utilities, they've all been actually pretty durable through this issue. But the reason people are focused on bond insurance, if you think about it, is it preserves, not only does it protect you against default, but it preserves value in your portfolio. Because we have a stable ratings as an industry. So if you think about what decisions you're making right now for your municipal bond portfolio, those decisions need to be made one issuer at a time. They're not all the same.
Well, that's kind of interesting. And I do wonder, because, I think, Sean, going into this, we've talked so much here at Bloomberg about what's going on, certainly on the state level and on the city level, of just being strapped because of COVID-19 and not seeing the kind of, tax base come in that they were used to or that they were accustomed to or were forecasting before the pandemic hit. And I do wonder, if, despite what we saw in the election, how that might continue, though, to put some pressure on some of those projects and those issues.
I think that's a very good point. So I think it differs depending on the kinds of transactions you have. So, for example, if you've got an issuer that has a broad tax base that's based on sales tax, they're doing pretty well. If you take it at the other extreme, if you take a convention center, for example, where there aren't any events right now, or use-based revenue streams that would be more susceptible to volatility of not being used. And so if you have to look at what the revenue streams are going forward. I'd say right now that mass transit, for example, is experiencing some stress. Why is it experiencing that? People aren't taking the subway. So these are the issues you have to look at in order to ascertain whether a credit has good stability underneath or not. And, that's basically what we do for a living, and then we guarantee the ones that we think are worthy.
I think when we talked last time and we talked with some members of your team, I mean, just this whole idea of, this is one of those issues, just generally speaking, infrastructure, everyone agrees that there needs to be the spending happening, and it's whether you're red or blue politically, and yet it just takes so much to get it done. It just feels like when it comes to pulling the lever, people just don't do it.
It's funny. There's two. You have to think about infrastructure at two levels. At the federal level, so if you think I-95, really big projects like that, that's done at the federal level, and I think that's where Congress needs to sort of step in and provide support. But when you look around at wherever you live, cities or states or small localities, infrastructure is done at the state and local level. You vote on a new school that's going to be built. You approve a new water treatment plant in your neighborhood, and those are paid from your taxes. So that essence of granular public finance or infrastructure financing is done by the cities and states and counties that you live in. And that's why when I point out the $45 billion worth of voter initiatives, for example, California approved a $7 billion program for improving their schools.
Sean, hang on a second. We're going to come back, do some news, and we'll continue the conversation. Right now, though, I've got to go to World and National News and Nancy Lyons. Hey, Nance.
Hey, Carol. Joe Biden is sounding extremely hopeful about the outcome of the election.
And now, after a long night of counting, it's clear that we're winning enough states to reach 270 electoral votes needed to win the presidency. I'm not here to declare that we've won, but I am here to report when the count is finished, we believe we will be the winners.
Well, the Trump campaign is not ready to declare defeat. It is demanding an immediate recount in Wisconsin, which Trump narrowly won in 2016. And the Trump camp has also filed lawsuits in Michigan and Pennsylvania saying the counts in both states should be stopped. They allege the counting process has not been sufficiently transparent. Well, the presidential race has turned out to be closer than the polls predicted, and that's raising some questions about the polling process. Bloomberg's Irv Chapman reports.
His poll did forecast a tight race, John Zogby said in a Bloomberg interview.
You have several polls going into Election Day still oversampling Democrats, not only in national elections, but in states as well. And they're going to have to overhaul their methodology. So it's not so much the predictability factor as it is, are we pointing to trends that we should be watching?
Zogby said he now uses internet polling since 94% of likely voters now have internet access. In Washington, Irv Chapman, Bloomberg Radio.
Global news 24 hours a day on air and on Bloomberg Quick Take, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. I'm Nancy Lyons.
All right, Nancy, thank you so much. You're listening to Bloomberg Business Week. Carol Massar along with Charlie Pellet. Charlie, a couple of stories that caught our attention when it comes to the travel world and hospitality. And one of them had to do with basically if you're looking to, looking for a lockdown-free vacation, this one talks about head to the beach. And there's some these are like the kind of deals you're interested in.
You know what? This so resonated. I asked my wife, Thanksgiving, do we go to the family or do we go away to Mexico, Cozumel? And you know what? I actually booked a hotel at a really swanky resort in Cancun. The airfare down there was like $215 round trip. The hotel at a super swanky resort was like $210 a night. Are we going? Absolutely not. Why? Because all of the restrictions, you've got corporate policies, you've got local rules, so tempting, and yet you just can't go.
Right, exactly. And I mean, it's interesting because some people are saying, you know what, if I stay in my home state, it's as much risk if I get on a plane and go. You've got to really look at the numbers, look at where the COVID cases are, look on, the rates of virus transmission aboard planes. I've been talking with folks in the airline industry. They've been doing a lot of things to make sure passengers, their touch points on a plane are really controlled and careful and safe, but it's kind of interesting. In the meantime, another story on the Bloomberg talks about UK flights. Airlines have been slashing capacity on UK routes, the country getting ready for that second coronavirus lockdown that will outlaw all non-business trips.
And the beneficiaries of that, Carol Massar?
What?
Private jet operators. I was scanning the story to see if the name Massar Family came up there for the private jets to get you around, but it did not. But, if you can't fly commercial, a lot of people say, hey, private jets, that's the way to go.
Listen, we've talked to some of them, and they said, that they were definitely seeing an uptick over the summer where, families and individuals were, popping on some of those private jets. And that whole idea of touch points, that if you go on a private jet, the touch points are a lot less versus a commercial jet. And that all has to do with, the more times that you could possibly get infected. You're listening to Bloomberg.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and at Bloomberg Quick Take. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
From Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet, continuing to keep an eye on Qualcomm shares after hours. Qualcomm did deliver an upbeat forecast for the current quarter, suggesting new 5G wireless networks are persuading consumers to upgrade their smartphones. Qualcomm shares after hours trading higher now by just about 10.5%. An update on Wall Street with the Dow, the S&P, and NASDAQ all advancing. The 10-year yield sinking the most since April. Gold prices slipped. Mixed election results raising the likelihood of a divided Congress. We got the S&P up 74 today, a gain there of 2.2%. The Dow up 367, up 1.3%. NASDAQ up 430, up 3.9%. 10-year yield 0.76%. Gold down 0.3%, 1903 the ounce, and West Texas Intermediate crude up 3.7%, 39.03 a barrel. Everybody's exhausted today, staying up late to watch the election last night. Turns out just over 50 million TV viewers tuned in to watch returns on major American TV networks last night. That, however, was a decline from 4 years ago, may reflect voter exhaustion and the lack of a clear winner. I'm Charlie Pellet. That's the Bloomberg Business Flash.
Or, Charlie, people watching those wrong YouTube feeds.
We were talking about that. That's part of that, too. Exactly.
All right, Charlie Pellet, appreciate that. Want to get back to our guest. Still with us is Sean McCarthy, Managing Director and CEO at BAM, Build America Mutual, on the phone from New York City. Sean, I think it's really important how you made the distinction between infrastructure, whether it's at the federal level, and how much is done at the city and state, local levels. What I do wonder is, though, how does possibly federal tax policy, whether it's investors being targeted or so on and so forth, how that might impact how people view tax-exempt muni bonds and maybe either being more interesting or not?
So, great question. Two things to think about. The higher your tax rate, the more you're motivated to invest in municipal bonds.
Right.
And so, if there's an income tax increase, it would have a natural demand pull towards the municipal bond market. This year, and what they project for next year, is that the market will have a 35% of the market will be in taxable municipal bonds, and those are being bought internationally as well as in the United States. That's a very different dynamic than it was, let's say, 5 or 10 years ago. And one of those things that's happening is that because municipalities are looking to refinance and lower their cost of debt, they're accessing the international markets as well as the domestic tax-exempt markets to do that.
That's interesting. Hey, one thing I wanted to ask, and I was going to do it at the top, but I do wonder, Sean, I mean, this has been a year like no other, because of COVID, because of, unearthing of, kind of all the inequities that are in our world. And we've seen an interesting financial market, a lot of volatility. How do you see the rest of the world kind of playing out, or the rest of the year playing out? And what kind of visibility do you feel like you've got going into 2021?
I think when you're looking at two things, I think COVID and its impact economically is the primary driver for what's going to happen and how much risk is going to be, felt by state and local governments across the nation. So economic activity is key. And so, one of the things at BAM that we focus on is essentiality of the infrastructure. So, for example, a school that's being funded by a tax base is more likely to be repaid in a more secure investment than, let's say, a municipal golf course.
Mm-hmm.
Which, not that golf courses aren't great, but they're not quite as essential.
Right.
So you have to look at really where things are going to, exhibit stress. Water and sewer, for example. If people even in the crisis are going to pay their water bill. So that's a more durable issue. Other issues on the other side is, as we talked about before, mass transit, toll roads. Different, private colleges right now are having some stress put on them, and all those things you have to look at. What is the revenue stream behind that issue, and how to analyze it and how to protect yourselves. At BAM, we have a tremendous number of financial analysts, and what they do every day is look at that strength, and then to the extent that we can make sure that we're comfortable with it, we put our AA guarantee on top of that bond so that the investor knows that not only are they getting a solid underlying municipal bond, but they're also getting our guarantee in the event that there is an issue.
One last question. Your analysts, are they anticipating 2021 is a better year?
You know, I think it's going to be a pretty high volume year at the state and local level would be, you know, our consensus. But the issue is going to be how, you know, the people at the very granular level are focused on improving, not only building new schools and better roads, but improving the infrastructure that's there. And so I think, you know, the burden is at the most granular level. You know, we hope that, you know, Congress comes in and focuses on a sweeping infrastructure bill, which has been something that's been discussed really for the last, you know, 4 or 5 years. It needs to be done. Because that's going to be the linchpin for some of what people think of as larger infrastructure projects nationwide.
Well, we will certainly see what happens. Interesting times, though. Hey, great to check in with you. Really topical and timely, considering all of the election outcome. Sean, thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Sean McCarthy, Managing Director, CEO at BAM, on the phone in New York City. All right, kind of want to wrap up with how we started. A lot of news. Bloomberg News, global macro strategist Vince Signorella is back with us on the phone in White Plains. We've had some headlines since we first talked at 2 p.m.
Just a few here and there. Just a few here and there, yeah.
So what's kind of coming across the blog? I'm just curious, you know, what people are talking about.
Well, you know, I'm going to give myself a small pat on the back because we said this rally didn't look like it was going to hold, and the markets gave back half of their gains between the time we first spoke and now. Just in case no one was listening earlier to me anyway.
Everybody's listening, always, always.
We may get Nevada tonight. A local affiliate in Vegas basically said so many people are interested in the count in Nevada, they were going to try to get it done this evening. So obviously, if Arizona stays in the count for Biden, that would get him to 270, and the contention over this should be over, barring the lawsuits, et cetera, et cetera. But on December 1st, the states do certify their election results. So at the latest, one would hope that's the date where we would basically put a stamp on it.
Right, which is what happens every major election. That's how it works.
Correct.
That's how it works officially. Well, I did wonder, you know, if there's nervousness at all about some of the lawsuits. We know the president has taken legal action in Pennsylvania. He looked to stop the vote in Michigan. So is that any kind of conversations that people are having about that increased nervousness, or not necessarily?
No. Traders don't put any weight on those at all. They know it's kind of just it's something that was expected. It's something that Trump had threatened. There's no real reason to believe any of those lawsuits have any merit from anyone I've spoken to, and no one's really given it much credence. I mean, the only thing that what they're really worried about now is how Arizona plays out, because it was put in Biden's camp, and that does take him to 270 if he holds Arizona. But if Arizona flips back to Trump, then Pennsylvania becomes the key state. But Democratic officials have privately told Biden, apparently, that the count that's remaining in Pennsylvania are Democratic strongholds, and they think he's going to win the state anyway. So
it's a lot of the mail-ins, the early voting.
Yeah. And so I think the market's pretty much come to grips with the idea that it looks like Biden will be president, the Senate will stay Republican, the House a smaller Democratic field, but that gridlock, which people like to see in Washington.
We're going to see more of it. All right, got to leave it on that note. Vince Signorella, thank you so much, our global macro strategist, joining us just to wrap up an interesting day here at Bloomberg. This is Bloomberg Radio.
Well, we closed position on euro at 117.203. So we have £200 in profit. And also, I'll see you tomorrow, guys. Okay. Have a great evening. And please don't forget to switch on our channel from 8 o'clock tomorrow UK time. Okay? Have a great evening. Bye-bye.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and at Bloomberg Quick Take. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
From Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. We begin with a look at Qualcomm. Shares surging after hours, up now by 13.5%. Qualcomm delivered an upbeat forecast for the current quarter, suggesting new 5G wireless networks are persuading consumers to upgrade their smartphones. Again, Qualcomm up now by 13%. Also reporting earnings after the closing bell, MetLife, its private equity investments boosted earnings above analyst expectations in the third quarter. Despite a sluggish economy, MetLife is the biggest American life insurer. Shares down by 0.2%. An update on Wall Street, the Dow, the S&P, and NASDAQ all rallied today. Investors frantically bidding up stocks, sending major averages to the biggest rallies in 5 months as they grew more confident that the tightly contested outcome will ensure key elements of the bull market remain intact for years to come. Close contests in key states mean the election may not be decided for days, so what might that mean for markets? Jim Bianco is the president of Bianco Research, and he spoke with Jonathan Farrow today on Bloomberg Surveillance.
There's going to be no fiscal stimulus.
Their workers as full-time employees, a victory for their business models. We'll get to all of that and more this hour. Meantime, in the last half hour, we got word that Michigan has gone to former Vice President Joe Biden, according to CNN and NBC. And at this point, if he wins Nevada and holds Arizona, where some votes are still being counted, he will win the presidential election. But there are legal challenges afoot. President Trump's campaign threatening to sue over vote counts in Michigan and says it's declaring victory in Pennsylvania, where votes are still being counted. But first, I want to talk about the markets, which kicked off with one of the biggest post-election rallies in history. The S&P 500 posting its best day since June. The NASDAQ having its best day in months. Let's get to Bloomberg's Abigail Doolittle in New York. Abigail,